Day 2 of Buffalo Bills of minicamp, mandatory minicamp, and James Cook, of course, there again for the Bills. The story is that there was a maybe minor injury, we'll see, to rookie cornerback Maxwell Hairston. He walked off with trainers after getting an apparent leg injury. There's no update on how severe that injury might be yet. Sal Capaccio has all the details over on our website, WGR550.com, things he saw from practice yesterday as well. Joey Bosa doing some rehab work on the sidelines, but obviously not practicing until training camp for him. Elsewhere around the NFL, the Bengals released their starting linebacker, Jermaine Pratt. He has already landed with a new team, signs a one-year deal with the Las Vegas Raiders. Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Pacers 116, Thunder 107. Indiana wins on home court and now are up 2-1 in the series. Game 4 is going to be on Friday. Tonight is Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final between the Panthers and the Oilers. We'll have the game here on WGR with puck drop at 8 o'clock. Florida leads the series 2-1. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final at WGR presented by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Thursday. What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday.
And round 1 of a major.
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
I picked Bryson.
Yeah?
I'm on Bryson to win it. Bryson.
Going for the big hitter.
Yeah. Great player, big hitter, good short game, and because mentally, he's not going to get beaten down by the course where some guys will.
You say that,
yes.
he might be carrying himself that way going in, but isn't he the type of guy where, you're crossing your fingers that he mentally isn't going to get, start yelling at the rough in the middle of the third round, or
True.
Sunday starts and he's getting into it with a rules official about something.
And if the Masters went differently and he and Rory had switched spots, people would say that he melted down.
Oh, yeah.
And he kind of melted down Sunday at Augusta. He did not play well.
He had what was his lead? Rory doubles number 1. What is his lead? Is it 2 shots?
I thought it was 1. But either way, he had so many opportunities to kind of do more than he did, and he fell all the way out of contention, and it's Justin Rose that goes to the playoffs.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah, there's that. The best video I've seen from Oakmont, it was... I sent it. Did I send it to you? It wouldn't even matter if I sent it because it was mostly just video and not audio.
Okay.
You've got all these guys picking what an 18 handicapper would shoot.
Yeah.
Then there's a video of Mickelson, Rahm, and someone else. I forget who it is. Doesn't matter.
Probably another live guy.
They're all standing within 3 yards of a green with the ball in the rough, trying to get the ball out of the rough onto the green. Like short, little, delicate shots out of the real thick stuff, and they're having a tough time. Mickelson twice hit the ball 2 inches.
Wow.
Twice. Didn't move. All right. Looking like a shank. Never mind an 18 handicapper, looking like you're playing with somebody, you got paired with a random, and they're going to chip, and it goes 2 feet to the right.
Yeah.
And doesn't move out of the rough. And, boy, we're just in for a show. I think we're really in for a show.
Some
Oakmont.
Duff chips probably are going to happen. Yeah.
We'll talk about it with Brian Koziel coming up at 6:30 this morning. So Brian Koziel of Tee to Green, he'll be on the way at 6:30. Sal at 7:30, recapping another day of Bills' mandatory minicamp. An Oilers guest at 9 o'clock ahead of tonight's Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. And we'll see if Edmonton can bounce back in any sort of way. But yeah, the event today, let's go. We got golf at 6:45, right?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Early on. And you get some heavy hitters, I think, like in the 8 o'clock hour somewhere, right? Like I'll pull the groups up again, but there's a big group. You'll get some people you've heard of by the time, 9 o'clock hits that are already out there.
Matt Vogt, the 6'6" dentist, is the first guy off.
He was not who I was thinking of, but yes, he's the first off.
Rory, Rose, and Lowry at 7:40.
That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah. Oberg, Adam Scott, and Matsuyama at 7:18.
Okay.
Shoffley and DeChambeau at 7:30. Spieth. These are just for today. Spieth's the afternoon. He does the morning tomorrow.
Okay.
Scheffler, Morikawa, Hovland, 125.
Okay. All right. That's a good afternoon one.
Some of your bigger ones, yeah.
Oberg. Eventually, it's going to happen.
He won his event. He won the Genesis. It's a matter of time before he wins a major, but yes.
Right. Matter of time for the majors is what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
He's been in contention. He's going to win one.
You'd think so. So anyway, we're here. Happy Thursday. Join us. Hang out. We'll be here for 4 hours. I have something to start with that's kind of funny.
Okay.
I had a listener write to me and say that it was from a guy named Matt who wanted us to dedicate an entire hour to what amounts to be a little bit of a silly topic, but I mean, sometimes we only do that later in the show, and I regret that. We'll get a little looser in the 9 o'clock hour. And why not start here in the 6 o'clock hour? It's a Thursday and it's June, and we could talk about Keon Coleman, or we could talk about the guys that went to Baltimore and sneak in. The guys that went to Baltimore to a Orioles game and brought in bags and bags of crab legs.
Okay.
Because it's one of these policies where you can bring food in a Ziploc bag.
Yeah.
And they got to write up in the paper. They got to write up online, wherever. BaltimoreBanner.com.
Yeah.
They got to write up for just we saw guys bringing in spaghetti and meatballs in a bag, and we brought crab legs.
Okay, in like giant, huge plastic, like Ziploc bags?
Yes. They were on the roof deck in center field, out there with their little eating crabs.
Were they and they were allowed to bring in the little the little hammers or whatever?
I guess so.
Okay.
Yep. They've done it for 3 years. The first time they've really gotten attention for it. So the guy says, I said, we can bring our own food. The first year, obviously, crabs are pricey. Kelly and I didn't want to get turned down. We brought 3 each. And they said, oh, no problem. So now every year they bring a monster, basically a buffet of their own for crabs to just bring them to a baseball game.
They referenced the spaghetti and meatballs thing. We saw that this year, didn't we?
Where did we see that?
And somewhere in the NBA.
Okay.
There was a guy, like, not Center Court, but maybe
Madison
like in the
Square Garden or L.A.? L.A. I think it's L.A. guys eating spaghetti and meatballs.
That's right. It was in L.A. Like in the third row, there's a guy with it was a plate though of spaghetti and meatballs.
Yeah. My first thought on all this, which maybe we'll have a couple of silly thoughts. I think a perfect fantasy football last place punishment is you have to go to a Bills game and bring spaghetti and meatballs in a bag.
Okay,
that's a punishment.
Yeah,
that was my natural follow-up.
That's enjoyable. I would do that. I would do that on week 1.
Okay, you're doing it week 1 then.
Well, I'd have to go to the game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I don't just have access to go to the game.
Okay, I'll give you a ticket.
Yeah, we'll get you.
You're going to do it right away, week 1. Spaghetti and meatballs in a bag.
All right. I'll do it.
All right, look at that commitment.
You got to snack a dinner and a show.
The thing that's tough about that versus what. Well, I guess there are problems with what these guys are doing with crab legs too. Because if they're not pre-hitting, they're bringing the full crabs, right?
Yeah, I mean the picture of the guys holding up a crab in center field.
Okay, so they're not doing that beforehand and then putting the meat in a bag and then bringing it. They're doing it all there. So that's a process too. The spaghetti and meatballs though is like I am going to have an impossible time not getting it all over the front of myself. How are you going to eat spaghetti and meatballs at a Bills game without having it everywhere? Like, are you going to eat it straight out of the bag?
Right. It's
With a
tough.
fork?
It's tough. Any food where people standing up could spill it because there's a big play.
And in Bills games, you
stand a
depending
lot.
on where you sit or stand. You stand the whole game.
Mm-hmm.
So standing up and eating spaghetti and meatballs does not sound enjoyable at all. I think that would be a good last place punishment. More of a punishment than it would be to bring crab legs, I think.
Well,
You got to have a table though for that.
you would think.
Like
It's not an easy it's not an easy meal.
what are you going to do? You're going to put it on the bleachers and then like turn around and like whack it?
Right. These guys in this picture in Baltimore have a table in front of them. It almost looks like the party deck at the Bison's game where you
Okay.
have a built-in
I see it now, yeah.
shelf to kind of use.
Yeah.
Which would be very important if you're going to try and,
Yeah, because where these guys are sitting, I mean, you could do anything. You can do anything you want, right? Bring whatever you made for dinner the night before. You could bring it because you've got your own little table there.
Yep.
And if you are, that monster in the third row in Los Angeles who's just sitting on a folding chair behind the Lakers bench with a plate of spaghetti and meatballs, and you got a plate, that's a lot more difficult. These guys just do whatever they want with what they have. What they have. Look at the guys to the left. The guys on the left in the little corner. They look like they got some food over there.
Yeah, they do. Anybody ever brought anything like this into a game?
I've never even thought to.
Brought food to a game?
I don't know that I would have known it was allowed.
Because you can bring sandwiches. A lot of times you can bring, I feel like you can bring more than you realize you can.
What are the limits of it, though?
Well, the Bills policy, if I have this exactly right, you can bring anything that fits inside that clear bag, including a bag that's not allowed to be brought in. If you are, I think women that would carry a purse maybe would have learned this. You can't bring your purse in. You can put your purse in the clear bag, and then it can come in.
No way.
Yes. There are bags that you can't have. Your bags have to be approved. And the clear bags, they always have, if it can fit in the clear bag, it can come in with you. There's a couple different little...
Even if it's a bag that wouldn't be allowed in otherwise?
Yes.
Come on.
They want the clear bags.
Why do we? It's just a policy, right? Like they gotta follow through with the policy.
A universal clear bag kind of policy.
If I walk up to the gate and I don't have the clear bag, and they're going, that's not allowed in, and then I go, wait a minute, and I pull out the clear bag from behind me, and then I put the bag that's not allowed in there. And they're like, you're good. And then I walk through the gates, and I immediately take out the bag that's not allowed. I throw out the clear bag. I'm good.
Well, now once you're in there, if you get found with that, you're gonna need that class. They're gonna toss me once I'm in. Bags that are clear plastic and do not exceed this size. Clear backpacks, clear fanny packs, cinch bags.
Okay,
in the dimensions. It's 1 gallon clear plastic freezer bag. So you could bring a plastic freezer bag of. All right, fine. Let's find a real fantasy football punishment. You don't want to do spaghetti and meatballs?
And you're saying like I can't bring in like a full pepperoni pizza.
If you can fit it in a 1 gallon plastic bag, I think you can.
Okay. Oh, but that's what I'm saying. It's got to fit. It's got to fit in that.
Bring it in slices, and yes, you could probably get it.
The flight I was on down to Florida, a lady brought a whole pizza in a plastic bag and just like passed it out to people on the flight.
That's what I
passed it out.
Yeah, I got 2 free pieces of pizza.
She just said, "Who wants pizza?"
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
it was great.
Wait, a random person walks on a flight and says, "Do you want this piece of pizza?"
For the whole flight.
Oh, and you wouldn't take that piece of pizza?
I would not take stranger pizza on a flight.
I think I would take stranger
Her
pizza.
friends were all like, "Yeah, we made it. We're home. It's homemade. It's all." And I was like, "All right, I'll try it."
It was great. They got through TSA. You know, what are we worried about?
I don't know, man. That seems sketchy.
You're right.
Nice.
You are right. Like as safe as you could be in an environment like that is after going through all of airport security.
That's fair. I guess. Yeah.
But you're right. Like my instinct was, I'm good. Thank you. Like,
yeah. I think I would be like, I'll kindly pass on the stranger.
I don't know how good this person is at making pizza. Maybe it's the first time they did it and they screwed something up with the dough. It's gonna make me sick. I don't know.
Right.
If
I
that's
used
even
to
possible.
have some battles with a security guard when I was in juniors trying to get food into arenas when I was scratched. So I was in Des Moines, Iowa, playing in the USHL, and I would order food, and I was too young to be playing in that league yet. I would order food to the arena, and I would go out and get it, and I would try and bring it back in, and the rink security guy would try and fight me every time. And I would have to go get an assistant coach or somebody to be like, he's a player, you got to let him in. It took 6 attempts to get through this guy with a bag of Chipotle. And I would get in screaming matches with this security guard.
I was just here.
It was hilarious. It was back-to-back days my first weekend. I was like, dude, we did this yesterday. Let me in the building. What are you doing?
Of all the places you're trying to sneak food into, these games, again, it's allowed. So if it's in a plastic bag, you can bring trail mix. You can bring... What I was about to get to was, all right, you don't think the spaghetti meatballs is a good enough last place punishment. How about this? Last place punishment. You have to bring a bag of soup.
Could you bring a straw?
That's
sure.
Oh,
then it's not as bad.
But you have a bag of hot soup.
Something
in that plastic bag. Would that be allowed in? Food in a plastic bag.
Yeah.
Bag of soup.
Week 12, it wouldn't be that bad.
Is it gonna?
You know what?
How long?
You might have $1 million idea here.
Is that gonna last? Is it gonna melt the plastic if it's hot soup?
Not if it's make it not too hot.
Warm soup.
Got 6 bags of soup, a vest on. It keeps
love
you
it.
warm. It's a good idea.
This might be a good idea.
No, it's not a good idea, which means it's a great last place punishment idea. I think.
Vest, but a camelback.
Yeah, camelback of soup.
But it's a vest of soup. How about that? There you go. Somebody do it.
If someone has is there such thing as a clear pizza box? Probably not, right? Because that would be, wouldn't that be a good last place? Bringing a full pizza. You bring the whole it's not a cardboard box though because you'd have to be clear, but you find some sort of clear box that you put the pizza in, and then you go to your seat. Or you have to buy a random seat, and then you obviously make everyone around you furious because look at this guy showing up with a whole pizza. He's going to take up 3 seats. There aren't the 2-foot nachos at the 2-foot Sabre
nachos
game.
Are big. There aren't too many places you really have to sneak food into anymore. The movies, if you really wanted to, you could try because they sell food there. But back in the day, back in high school or a little after that, you'd sneak in. We'd try to get a full value meal in a jacket into the movie theater. Try that sometimes.
Okay. Movie theaters have never stopped anybody for any food item whatsoever, right?
It seems like it's not exact. Right. It's loose.
The hiding of the movie theater, the item, the food or candy into the movie theater. It's not really a high risk proposition. I feel like they're not really. They know you're. They all know.
Right.
They all know. Yeah, this guy's bringing something in. I'm not. What am I going to do?
The chat says liquids.
Pat down check.
Liquids might be different. Like bringing soup into a football game, it has to be chunkier than that. What if it's chunky soup? Sorry, that's liquid.
Wait, you mean it wouldn't
chili.
be allowed?
Chili.
It wouldn't be
a bag
allowed
of chili.
if it's liquid.
Yeah, liquids might be different than just something in a bag.
And a soup would qualify as a liquid, even though it's not all liquid.
Depends on the liquid.
Okay.
It depends on the soup.
Okay, so an Italian wedding would be different from a chowder because one broth is really thin and the other is
It's a great question. We're gonna have to get in touch with Andy Major from the Bills to find out which soups might be allowed in a bag.
What's the line of demarcation?
That's right.
Right.
Soup?
Tomato soup, minestrone. What am I more likely to get with?
They have a document from the NFL, the following soups are classified. Let's bring in Gene Steratore here.
Clam chowder's banned in Buffalo.
So anyway, these guys snuck in. Didn't sneak in. They do it every year. They brought a crab feast to a Orioles game.
Yeah.
Got a write-up in the paper. In the Baltimore Banner, and my guess is now everyone in Baltimore will start doing this.
Yeah.
And you'll just have everybody eating crab legs at Orioles games.
Well, I'm thinking about this just if you don't like arena food or stadium food, if I've got a leftover half a sub at home, I would have never in a million years before thought I could bring that to the game. It would be, if I have to eat at the game, I got to pick something in the arena.
Put it in a bag.
Now
you're good to go.
Now I could just grab a bag, put the half a sub in, and I'm good to go.
Yep.
Interesting.
Life hack.
I might do this a few times this year.
803-0550 is our phone number. 1-888-550-2550. Last year of the stadium. Let's eat everything we can in there. Soup, spaghetti.
Do you think wings would not be allowed because of the bones? Would they trust people with that?
It doesn't. Let me see here.
That might be a good question too. I don't know.
Well, there's crab shells.
True.
Right.
But it might be different because it's baseball.
I don't.
If the arena matters too.
Yeah.
I don't see any thing. I'm at the NFL's website about the bag policy, and I don't see anything about chicken wings, which probably would not surprise you.
Okay.
Yeah, highly visible bags. How many bags can each person bring in? Blankets in cold weather. Toss them over a shoulder or arm and proceed through screening. And we're learning all this stuff. Anyway.
Soup is going to be tough to beat for a last place punishment. What about like a full meatloaf?
Sure. I think so.
That's probably easy, though.
I
right?
think so.
You could just eat that out of the bag.
In all seriousness, it is the last year of the stadium. We're going to talk on Monday with Matt Bove, who's, you know him from It's Always Game Day in Buffalo, and, of course, the television. He's coming on Monday. He's doing a series kind of looking back at the stadium and celebrating its final year. The whole last year of the stadium thing does kind of sneak by me until, bang, it pops up in my head like, oh, that's right, this is going to be the last year at the current stadium, and next year will be, like, think about that. This time next year, we'll be celebrating the Bills having won the Super Bowl, of course, but then also planning for, you know, going into this brand new palace. Let's see, June of next year, it'll be done in finger quotes. It'll be ready for its first event or so, and
I would assume by this time next year we'll know what the first event will be.
Yes, whether the schedule's out. So we'll at least know what the first Bills game will be.
Right, and by now you would think if there's going to be something in July, you know, to kick off the new stadium, whether it's a concert or whatever else the event might be, that we, like on June 12th, we would know. I think we would know about it.
Yeah. Could they, I wonder, like Micah Hyde charity softball game go in that stadium? Could they do that? Would they put up a softball field on... First thing that came to mind, where people would want to go and get excited to go, and they could pack it in. So.
That's a good question, though. Are they going to want something that is like, hey, some people are in here because we're just testing it, or are they going to want like a big blowout? Like we want it full. We want this to be a night to remember.
Right.
Like the first night in the stadium to be a giant party.
Good question.
Because if it's that, then it's a concert, I think, and it's a concert where you think like, okay, people are going to be up for this.
803-0550. Rich in Lakeview. Hey, Rich, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. Circa maybe 77 to 79, it all kind of muddles together when you get close to 60. But you're talking about things you'd bring in. I can remember going to see it was a season-ending game against the Denver Broncos, maybe 30,000 people there, and the group of guys next to us had a full hibachi grilling during the game. I'll never forget it, setting up the legs, lighter fluid, nobody comes down. We were sharing hot dogs, whatever else they were cooking up there. There were a few other things, but hey, if they could bring back the hibachi for one game, that would be a good memory to show the kids and grandkids.
That's funny, Rich.
Yeah,
thanks. I like any call that starts with circa, and then just throwback year.
Yeah,
the hibachi frowned upon in 2025 to bring a full flaming hibachi grill into a stadium.
You wouldn't be able to
get away with that in the 70s.
You wouldn't be able to do that. No.
That's funny.
How much heat can those hand warmers produce? Can I get enough of those? No, I'm just kidding. There's nothing you can do.
Hibachi would be a good idea. Will the new stadium have a hibachi? It should. Start the petition now.
I bet there will be, maybe not hibachi. Is there any sushi or anything of the sort available in the current stadium? No, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe
in places that I don't go.
Okay, I would bet that's going to be something. There are going to be. I would bet there's 50-50 odds that there's hibachi in the new stadium. It wouldn't surprise me if that's available. I haven't seen anything that would, make me think that will be one of the things. But
to the sushi question, I have no idea what they're going to have in the new Highmark. I mean, when we went and took our media tour of the Bills Stadium experience, which would have been a while back now, so how it has changed and been tweaked, I don't know. But they have that one. You walk into a mock-up suite when we were there, and there was sushi on the table, or fake sushi on the table in that mock-up suite. So.
There is hibachi at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami.
Okay.
And also at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles.
So 2 NFL stadiums at least have hibachis.
Yes. Yeah. Miami and LA.
Megan, quickly before the break. Hey, Megan.
Hi. Hi, I am a frequent bringer of things into Highmark Stadium. A few years ago, I went down a rabbit hole on the website, and it said anything that is prepared in an unopened container. So then I started to bring in unopened things of cheese and crackers and entire charcuterie board items and bags of chips and popcorn. And then I pushed my luck a little more and was just bringing in like cottage cheese and all these healthier options when I got sick of the stadium food.
All right.
I did ask on my experience about the food, and the gentleman said that with the new stadium, the health department regulations can be built into the facility differently. So it is possible hibachi or kebabs or something like that could come.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
So it's anything that was unopened you could fit in that bag you can do, pretty much?
That's what they said. The first time I saw somebody with a sub, like an entire foot-long sub, I was baffled by it, so that's what led me a little bit down the rabbit hole. And then from then on, it went to family-sized bags of chips and entire containers of dip and 12-ounce bricks of cheese. And
Our charcuterie.
yes, it's popular with everyone around you.
Yeah. Listen, thanks, Megan. You show me a charcuterie board, I'm gonna graze on that.
Yes, definitely.
All right, we've established a few of us here would not take stranger pizza. Now put yourself on a flight and a person offers you a little sample of their charcuterie board on the flight. Yeah, is that a yes or a no? Candied nuts.
I think it's a yes.
All right, me too.
I'm also the one that ate the pizza.
Still skeptical. If it's, I don't know. I might.
Listen, here, the thing about a charcuterie board is what percentage of the time would you actually know specifically what it is you're eating?
Ooh, only like 60% of the time.
Oh, I think the number's even lower.
Lower than that.
I know it's cheese, I know it's meat, I know it's candied, but the idea of, this is, I don't know.
I eat off of charcuterie boards like I'm playing like Russian roulette. Like I just have no clue.
Just take a guess.
This could not even be cheese.
I mean,
usually
I'm going to know what the meat is. The cheese is the right point. Like if it's a white cheese, could be one of like 6 different types of cheeses at least.
Yeah.
Probably more than that.
No idea.
Bill tweets in you can bring food wrapped in foil into the stadium. The foil probably has to be in the clear bag.
Do I have to open the foil to show them what it is, or is it anything?
It's a good question. I'll ask. You would probably have to open it up.
Yeah, I feel like you gotta,
because then you could just bring anything you want in with just wrapped in foil. Like, it's a sandwich.
Right. Look at us learning the rules of the current stadium just in time. This is supposed to shut down and have a brand new one. All right, Brian Koziel on the other side. Brian's we're gonna chat about Oakmont and the U.S. Open, which gets started in about 15 minutes. So they get rolling at Oakmont, and we're going to watch this course beat these guys up. Some of the pros saying an 18 handicapper would shoot a 150, or they would run out of balls if they had a dozen, which is how many I think a pro golfer gets. So the Oakmont preview as the U.S. Open gets started very shortly. Brian Koziel of Tee to Green joining us here on WGR next. I started digging into some running back stats. What I was looking for was Cook's drop percentage because I think you told me it got a lot better last year.
It did. I could find that very quickly for you, but I think when I saw it the other day, it was 11% 2 years ago, and this past year it was 5%.
Yeah, manageable.
Yeah.
So what I found was not that. I looked for that, and I gave up because I found something interesting. Okay? The top 5 running backs in yards after contact.
Okay.
Per attempt. Who are the top 5 NFL running backs in yards after contact per attempt?
Yards after contact per attempt.
Top 5 NFL running backs last season.
After contact.
Yep, after contact.
Derrick Henry.
Number 1.
Yeah.
2.8 yards per contact.
Saquon? No, he ran through a lot of open holes. But he also broke a lot of big runs, Saquon.
No.
Wow. I guess there were a lot of open holes.
He is 6th.
Okay, that's pretty good.
So the top 5 backs, fun fact here, the next 4 are all tied at number 2.
Oh, okay.
So Henry, 2.8. The next 4 are all even at 2.4 yards after contact per run. Who are those 4 running backs?
Jonathan Taylor.
No.
Breece Hall.
No.
Josh Jacobs.
Yes. 2.4 yards after contact per attempt. He has the lowest yards before contact of this group. Jacobs. Okay. You got Henry 1. Jacobs is tied for 2. 3 others are tied for second.
What about Bucky Irving?
No.
He had a really good year, though. All right.
Might be a minimum number of attempts here, but no.
Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yes.
Yeah.
2.4 yards after contact per attempt.
Okay. Oh, what about your boy Bijan?
Correct.
Yeah.
Henry, Gibbs, Bijan, Jacobs. One more.
Is it gettable? Is it hard?
It's gettable.
All right. Devin Achane had a bad year. It's not going to be him. What about Kyron Williams?
Kyron Williams is 7th in this. No.
James Conner?
No.
Did I guess Cook already?
You did not.
Cook.
Yes.
Oh, duh. Forgot I didn't guess Cook. And you're saying I can't bring in a full pepperoni pizza.
If you can fit it in a 1-gallon plastic bag, I think you can.
Okay. Oh, but that's what I'm saying. It's got to fit. It's got to fit in that.
Bring it in slices, and yes, you could probably get it.
The flight I was on down to Florida, a lady brought a whole pizza in a plastic bag and just passed it out to people on the flight.
That's what I
passed it out.
Yeah, I got 2 free pieces of pizza.
She just said, "Who wants pizza?"
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
it was great.
Wait, a random person walks on a flight and says, "Do you want this piece of pizza?"
For the whole flight.
Oh, and you wouldn't take that piece of pizza?
I would not take stranger pizza on a flight.
I think I would take stranger
Her
pizza.
friends were all like, "Yeah, we made it. We're home. It's homemade. It's all." And I was like, "All right, I'll try it."
It was great. They got through TSA. You know, what are we worried about?
I don't know, man. That seems sketchy.
You're right.
Nice.
You are right. As safe as you could be in an environment like that is after going through all of airport security.
That's fair. I guess. Yeah.
But you're right. My instinct was I'm good. Thank you.
I think I would be like, I'll kindly pass on the stranger.
I don't know how good this person is at making pizza. Maybe it's the first time they did it and they screwed something up with the dough. It's gonna make me sick. I don't know.
Right.
The Pacers take Game 3 of the NBA Finals at home to go up 2-1 in that series. Still an underdog to win the series, but they're up on OKC 2-1. Game 4 tonight of the Stanley Cup Final. Florida up 2-1 on Edmonton. It's an 8 o'clock puck drop. We'll have the game here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final on WGR is presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys. Brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Round 1 of the U.S. Open today. First tee times are just over 10 minutes away. You'll get some big names coming up in the next hour. Rory McIlroy tees off at 7:39. Among others, we'll talk more about it with Brian Koziel coming up next. The Bills had another minicamp practice yesterday. We'll talk with Sal later about it. It looked like Maxwell Hairston might have been injured on the final play of practice. Was talking with trainers, pointing at his leg, knee area. And then did walk off, though, and the horn blew for practice, so it's possible that he didn't have much of an injury in the first place. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Getting set for the U.S. Open. Coverage begins on television at 7 a.m. on USA.
6:30.
6:30. All right, here we go.
Coverage starts.
I
don't know if they're going to be showing you the dentist.
I want to see the 6'6" amateur player dentist at Oakmont.
Shouldn't he really play into it? Like, shouldn't his polo have like little like dentures all over it or something?
Houndstooth.
Houndstooth?
Yeah, that's a pattern. Get some houndstooth.
Oh.
For Brian Koziel on the Wester Hotline.
Look at Bryson with the shoes, man.
What's wrong with Bryson's shoes?
I don't know.
They're just shoes.
They're dad shoes.
They do look like tennis shoes. Hey, Brian.
He looks like those are golf. If Howard really took up golf, those would be his shoes.
I don't think it's that bad. It's not as bad as the everything Live team gear. Brian, Oakmont's upon us. Here we go. First question is what's the winning score going to be? You think this will be an over par tournament?
Man, the way the videos and all the practice rounds results that we've been getting from players, I think it's maybe a 50-50 proposition. We may see a plus number come in at the end as the winner. Oakmont's hosted quite a few Opens, in fact, the most of any U.S. Open site. The lowest a score has ever been in relation to par for a winner is -5. The last time it was there, 2016, Dustin Johnson, it was -4. The time before that, Angel Cabrera beat Tiger Woods by 1. He was +5. That was the winning score. So I think there's, not to totally dodge your question, but I think it's a 50-50 chance that it may happen. I mean, players obviously continue to find ways to beat hard tracks, but man, there's going to be a ton of players way over par, double digits over par, and you're going to see some 7s and some 8s, some scores that we never see on the weekly PGA Tour schedule.
And some of the fun, like side props and bets or just things to track. What's the highest score we'll see from any one golfer in any one round? It really, Brian, the U.S. Open has had events where the scores are expected to be high and the rough is long and the course is tough. Like Shinnecock strikes me as one that we always talk about with this. But maybe it's the age of social media. It feels like they are really setting us up for, no. They really took Oakmont to the next level. Oakmont's tough as it is, and what they've done with this course, I don't know if it's every time it's there that we ask what a 18 handicapper would shoot, but that is the topic. And I've seen more videos of guys on the practice greens and guys chunking out of the rough. It feels like we are being kind of prepared ahead of time for just how much, finger quotes here, carnage there will be out there.
Yeah, and the players haven't really complained in terms of saying that it's unfair. I think they're just saying it's super hard. Yes, I've heard that question asked quite a bit this week. And what would that 18 handicapper shoot? And would be seeing a lot of 150 answers or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean the rough. It looks like unless the ball is somehow luckily sitting up, you're going to have to literally have maybe a 50-yard advance or maybe just a total sideways advancement. They've done a couple of renovations features to the course from when the last time it was there. They did a renovation in 2023. One thing is they've added more these, ditches is what you'll see. It's going to come into play the most on the 9th hole. The 9th hole and the first hole run parallel to each other, and there's a ton of bunkers on the right-hand side of 9, so players, likely are going to be looking left, and there's a ditch in between those holes, but it's closer to the 9th hole. They are just looking to kind of do what a traditional, maybe kind of old school course that we've seen in Scotland or in England, where there are these just natural-made drainage area ditches that actually over time grow in with grass and heavy rough. So that's what you'll see at times. That's kind of maybe a newer feature than what we've seen in the past from when it was Oakmont before. Their famous hole, the third hole that's got what they call the church pew bunkers. They added actually another pew. They have 13 now from when the last time it was there. Interesting story about how that all developed. It used to be a whole set of individual bunkers, and I guess over time it kind of morphed into one. I read one story that they said that a member, like in the 1930s, went to a course in New Jersey and saw something similar and thought, hey, maybe it would be better if it was all one bunker with all these like grass mounds up in between instead of having all these individual bunkers. So they went back and kind of ran with it, and now it's kind of become their visual for Oakmont, that it's that hole in between the third and the fourth hole. You've got 168 bunkers. I mean, and, par threes obviously are going to have a few less. So if you take the par threes out, these par fours and par fives are going to be averaging double-digit bunkers per hole. So that's tons of carnage out there with that, beyond the fact that the rough is averaging between 4 and 5 inches all over the place. And guess what else? They couldn't make it any harder. They expanded putting surfaces on the greens. They made the greens a little bit larger. Now, that might instantly think, and I thought the same right away until I read a little more about it. Oh, the greens are bigger. That makes it easier now to hit greens. In some sense, yes, but by expanding the green size, they said that they've added some pin locations and being able to put the pin in different spots that they didn't have as much flexibility with, to add more challenge that way. So even though the greens might be a little larger in terms of surface area, the pin placements now might be in more challenging or more creative spots that could lead to ultimately bigger scores.
So what type of golfer in your mind will best be able to avoid all of these challenges and the stuff that's designed to have you be shooting over par?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think no matter what type of golf course we're throwing at there, I think we could throw Scotty Scheffler's David there. He's going to be outstanding. He's going to be there at the end in some capacity, I'm sure. Now, obviously you would think, okay, driving accuracy, that's maybe something that would be of value. Who's a big name that's at the top? Colin Morikawa is second on the PGA Tour in driving accuracy. So staying out of trouble off the tee, that's maybe something that would be good. I was thinking about that this week when I was making my picks yesterday with Shope and the Bulldog, and I'm like, okay, who's had a good season? Who's been playing well? Who also has good greens and regulation at the same time with accuracy off the tee? Sepp Straka is a top 15 player in that category. Russell Henley's a top 15 player, and that Henley's had some really good U.S. Open performances. Now, these aren't guys that are maybe in your top 20. Shane Lowry's a fairly accurate driver. He finished second the last time it was here when Dustin Johnson ended up winning. So, if you go past the first dozen or so monster names that we could probably argue for any tournament, maybe some of those are some of the guys. Harris English has had a good year in majors, and he's a fairly accurate player and a very, very good putter. English was 12th at the Masters and 5th at the PGA. So there's some opportunities there for maybe to see a guy like that too.
Is with that driving stuff and accuracy, is Rory then maybe tough to trust because of what's going on with him? He got a new driver because he had to, and then he shot like an 81 in the practice round because he can't keep it down the middle. Like, is he kind of tough to trust?
Yeah, I wouldn't trust McIlroy this week. Just to catch everybody up on the driver thing. So at the PGA Championship, the USGA, who's one of the rule governing bodies here, who runs this event, at the PGA Championship, they are at events and they test drivers just to make sure that it's within the rules. And it doesn't mean that McIlroy cheated in any way using this driver coming in. It just over time, the club may wear, the grooves may wear, to the point where, or part of the club might get to the point where either the weight or the grooves or something is out of specs. And they say, hey, it's not conforming anymore, and then he just has to replace it. And they do this. They'll test a group of players every single week. McIlroy was upset because his name got out there that it was him, and it's supposed to be confidential because it's not, because instantly the public would jump to, oh, he cheated at the Masters if he used that driver, which is not the case. Again, it could have just been he's hit 14,000 golf balls with that driver, and maybe the face has worn enough on it to the point where they would deem it to be non-conforming and he has to change. So he's he has gone back. He used a new tailor-made model. That's the one that he's got a business agreement with, and he's been struggling with it. He went back to an older version of a tailor-made driver that was the exact same model that he used at the Masters. It's obviously just a new version of it so that it can be within the rules.
Yeah, I read that you can have a driver that's conforming when you tee off, and by the time your round's over, it does not conform. Like the changes can happen kind of that quickly from the impacts. Brian, I know the fairways here are going to be huge in terms of guys that hit fairways. I almost wonder if they're so narrow, though, that driving accuracy is even harder. And, it's got to be a bomber, right? Because there's so much length to this course. Even if you're punching out, you'll take a guy that you'll take your chances with guys that just bomb it deep, and if they have to punch out, so be it. The greens are another test here where the course normally runs on the stimp at 13. That's normal for Oakmont. From what I've read, the members are psychos like that. And the one day earlier this week in the practice round, they're up to 14. So it really is these guys are going to be out there trying to avoid bad blow-up holes and trying to avoid bogey. There's probably good bogeys out there, a lot of good bogeys out there.
I would agree. I think guys this week are just going to have to understand that, look, I'm in the rough here, and taking a bogey on a hole is okay. I can't take the eights, and I can't take the triples and things like that. You're right. I think there's also maybe the argument for somebody like DeChambeau, because if it's a similar setup to what they did at Wingfoot when he won back in the COVID U.S. Open, they brought in the fairways so much, thinking, all right, we're going to get a guy that's super accurate, and we're going to get a guy here that plays smart, and has a strategic plan. But what happened is everybody just missed the fairway then. So it ended up being, well, do you want to hack out of the rough with your 6-iron, or do you want to be Bryson and hack out of the rough with your pitching wedge, because you're just so much farther down than anybody else? And he ended up actually running away with that event. And I think the USGA is like, well, I guess we can't take it too much to the extreme, because if you've got 8 out of 10 drives that are in the rough, well, then it is going to benefit the Bombers even more so, because they're at least close enough to the green where they're using a club with a much more loft, and they're able to get it out and have that opportunity to maybe get it on the green. So, yeah, if we're watching this weekend, we're like, wow, everybody can't hit the fairway. Everybody's in the rough. Well, then maybe you go back to a guy like Bryson and say he still would have a great chance, and you just bomb it down there as far as you can, and you just deal and hope that you get lucky with your lies here throughout the course of 72 holes.
Because you won't be blocked out. You won't be in jail. There's no trees. There's no trees.
There's no water.
There's no water. There's no trees. It's short grass and long grass. So, all right, Brian. What are you guys this week for tee to green?
We're at Pendleton Creek in North Tonawanda, and 2 hours, 7 to 9. I'll throw one more note at you here before I let you go. Mm-hmm. If you're a Phil Mickelson fan, this could be his last ever attempt to get that U.S. Open, because we've talked this year about the Grand Slam with Rory. Mickelson forever.
Second place? Is it 6 second place finishes?
Yes. 6 second places at the U.S. Open. His most memorable one is definitely the one at Wingfoot, where he's got the lead on 18 and decides to hit driver, and then he hits the corporate hospitality tent and calls himself an idiot and takes double bogey when even bogey would have been enough to get it done. And Jeff Ogilvy ends up winning there, kind of an obscure name, but that was his best opportunity. I mean, he had one where he was right there with Justin Rose at Marion, and Rose beat him just barely at the end. But yeah, this is an event that's always, he for so long, his popularity, we know obviously maybe it's been shifting. Pinehurst with Payne Stewart, that moment on the green, that was even, more so of, oh my God, Mickelson's so young, so talented. Stewart embraces him.
Yep.
Yeah, he embraces him. You're going to be a father. Remember that whole final round? He might have left because his wife was pregnant, and so he's had some heartbreaking endings there. But when he won the PGA Championship, that got him into all the majors for another 5 years here with the U.S. Open. But because he's of course gone to live, his world ranking now is in the hundreds. So his eligibility and that exemption runs out after this year. Now the USGA, if they want to, could give him like one of those sponsors exemption kind of deals, but they've been very, very hesitant to give it to very few players. In fact, they've only given it to one player ever that actually hasn't won a U.S. Open. They'll do it sometimes for like a champion that has won it at that of, like, oh, Ernie Els won this back in 1994 here at Oakmont. They'll might, give it to him or something like that. But they gave it to Nick Price one time. But they usually do. They're very, strict about giving it out. And he's burned a lot of bridges. So I would guess Mickelson may be playing in his last U.S. Open here. And he has not had a top 25 in the last decade, and he's missed the cut the last 3 years in a row here. So I wouldn't put my money on him in any way either.
I know we're late, but just real quick, he would be able to try to qualify though for the U.S. Open, right? Because isn't anybody able to go through
Correct.
qualifying stages?
Yeah, like Homa just did, carrying his own
right,
bag. Yeah,
right. Okay, gotcha.
Yep, absolutely. He could still do that for sure. And they obviously, if he's doing well in live, or he does well in now he could. And here's one other way he could get in: if he has like a top 5 finish at another major. A lot of times that gets you in, somewhere else, or a top 10 somewhere else, like at another major that can get you in. But as of this moment, his current resume, this would be his last one.
Thanks, Brian.
Okay, guys, thanks. Enjoy the tournament. We already got guys on the course. I love it.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. I was thinking the all-time most pressure you could ever feel in your entire life. If anyone ever golfs, you know what it's like to stand on the first tee and there's a backup and maybe 10 people are watching. I've decided the most pressure-packed golf in the entire history of golf is being the first guy to tee off a U.S. Open. Is that the dentist guy? Like, hey, I'm an amateur. This course is supposed to chew everybody up, and here I am standing at my home course on the first tee. I'm a great story. He put it in the rough, didn't he? The other guy put it in the fairway, but he put it in the rough.
He put it in
The first cut, I thought it rolled off.
the first shot.
Yeah.
It went in the opposite. It went one fairway over.
Oh, I know that.
And then I don't know if it crawled into that rough.
Okay.
But he almost hit the fairway on the hole to the left.
Listen, it's a course that you're going to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Missing too far left to another fairway is good.
Yeah.
803-0550. Oakmont, we're underway at the U.S. Open. Sal, 7:30. We got some Keon Coleman content. He had some pretty honest commentary on his own game, his path as well. We'll play you some of what Keon Coleman had to say. Oh, yeah, there he is. Wrong fairway, bud. You know this course. What if he's playing it the right way? Anyway,
maybe.
We'll get a break in. 803-0550 on WGR.
And you're saying I can't bring in a full pepperoni pizza.
If you can fit it in a 1-gallon plastic bag, I think you can.
Okay. Oh, but that's what I'm saying. It's got to fit. It's got to fit in that.
Bring it in slices, and yes, you could probably get it.
The flight I was on down to Florida, a lady brought a whole pizza in a plastic bag and just passed it out to people on the flight.
That's what I
passed it out.
Yeah, I got 2 free pieces of pizza.
She just said, "Who wants pizza?"
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
it was great.
Wait, a random person walks on a flight and says, "Do you want this piece of pizza?"
For the whole flight.
Oh, and you wouldn't take that piece of pizza?
I would not take stranger pizza on a flight.
I think I would take stranger
Her
pizza.
Her friends were all like, "Yeah, we made it. We're home. It's homemade. It's all." And I was like, "All right, I'll try it."
They got
it
through.
was great.
They got through TSA. You know what are we worried about?
I don't know, man. That seems sketchy.
You're right.
Nice.
You are right. As safe as you could be in an environment like that is after going through all of airport security.
That's fair. I guess. Yeah.
But you're right. My instinct was I'm good. Thank you.
I think I would be like, I'll kindly pass on the stranger.
I don't know how good this person is at making pizza. Maybe it's the first time they did it and they screwed something up with the dough. It's gonna make me sick. I don't know.
Right.
I think the question is, do you think it's a show of good faith towards getting a contract done?
Sure.
Or is it just he admits defeat and he doesn't have any real leg to stand on here?
Pretty much.
That's a good Twitter poll. Do you think this increases the chances he is a Buffalo Bill next year? Will he play
in 2026?
Yeah. Will he play a down as a Bill in the new stadium?
Mm-hmm.
Would you bet it?
No.
What do you think? I would also bet no.
I would bet no.
But then again, depends on the market next year. If he has a great year and goes to market and doesn't get what he expects to get, I don't know. It's tough. I don't think it's a gesture of good faith. Not that it's in bad faith, but if it were in good faith, I feel like he would have sounded like, oh, we'll get something done. And he didn't say that. Perhaps the most interesting thing that comes out of this, it's about what Allen said. He's one of the top backs in the league, and hopefully that's reflected soon.
Yeah.
You know, the way this organization supports Allen, and I don't want to go too far in saying giving him everything he wants, but Allen is consulted, is he not? Don't we kind of know they tell him what they're going to do? And
I would assume he has a good idea.
If you have a good relationship with a quarterback, there's no doubt that there's a better chance you're going to be on the team, not cut, paid well. That's backup quarterbacks. That's maybe Dawson Knox got a hometown. I mean, not a hometown deal. What am I trying to say? I mean, Dawson Knox openly wanted to stay, and got huge money. Yeah. Like there was never an issue. Like Knox, he's here to stay. He's quarterback's buddy. He's a security blanket at tight end. He plays all the time. We love everything about the way that he operates. If it's a coordinator, a quarterback's coach, he liked Keon Coleman, he wanted Kincaid. I don't think that Allen makes these decisions. But if Allen were to go to the GM and say, I really like Cook. I think he's one of the best backs in the league, and I hope that's reflected soon. Would he say that to Bean, or is that just Josh saying something at a press conference because he's being diplomatic and he's saying nice things about his teammate? All right, Keon Coleman had a lot to say at Bill's mandatory minicamp. We're going to dig into him, and why are we talking about receiver? You know how many times people come up to me and say, I was listening to the afternoon show. They're talking receiver. Or I was listening to One Bills Live. It still is a interesting topic, and Dan Graziano had a write-up on the Bills receivers. We'll hear from Keon when we get back and chat about it with you. Also keep you updated on the U.S. Open at Oakmont. We're also going to talk about pizza on Buy Nothing on Facebook, maybe.
All
right.
My mind is blown right now.
We're off and running. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
That driving stuff and accuracy, is Rory then maybe tough to trust because of what's going on with him? He got a new driver because he had to, and then he shot like an 81 in the practice round because he can't keep it down the middle. Like, is he kind of tough to trust?
Yeah, I wouldn't trust McIlroy this week. Just to catch everybody up on the driver thing. So at the PGA Championship, the USGA, who's one of the rule governing bodies here, who runs this event, at the PGA Championship, they are at events and they test drivers just to make sure that it's within the rules. And it doesn't mean that McIlroy cheated in any way using this driver coming in. It just over time, the club may wear, the grooves may wear, to the point where, or part of the club might get to the point where either the weight or the grooves or something is out of specs. And they say, hey, it's not conforming anymore, and then he just has to replace it. And they do this. They'll test a group of players every single week. McIlroy was upset because his name got out there that it was him, and it's supposed to be confidential because it's not, because instantly the public would jump to, oh, he cheated at the Masters if he used that driver, which is not the case. Again, it could have just been he's hit 14,000 golf balls with that driver, and maybe the face has worn enough on it to the point where they would deem it to be non-conforming and he has to change. So he has gone back. He used a new tailor-made model. That's the one that he's got a business agreement with, and he's been struggling with it. He went back to an older version of a tailor-made driver that was the exact same model that he used at the Masters. It's obviously just a new version of it so that it can be within the rules.
Yeah, I read that you can have a driver that's conforming when you tee off, and by the time your round's over, it does not conform. Like the changes can happen kind of that quickly from the impacts. The U.S. Open has had events where the scores are expected to be high and the rough is long and the course is tough. Like Shinnecock strikes me as one that we always talk about with this. But maybe it's the age of social media. It feels like they are really setting us up for, no. They really took Oakmont to the next level. Oakmont's tough as it is, and what they've done with this course, I don't know if it's every time it's there that we ask what a 18 handicapper would shoot, but that is the topic. And I've seen more videos of guys on the practice greens and guys chunking out of the rough. It feels like we are being kind of prepared ahead of time for just how much, finger quotes here, carnage there will be out there.
Yeah, and the players haven't really complained in terms of saying that it's unfair. I think they're just saying it's super hard. Yes, I've heard that question asked quite a bit this week. And what would that 18 handicapper shoot? And would be seeing a lot of 150 answers or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the rough. It looks like unless the ball is somehow luckily sitting up, you're going to have to literally have maybe a 50-yard advance or maybe just a total sideways advancement. They've done a couple of renovations features to the course from when the last time it was there. They did a renovation in 2023. One thing is they've added more these, ditches is what you'll see. It's going to come into play the most on the ninth hole. The ninth hole and the first hole run parallel to each other, and there's a ton of bunkers on the right-hand side of 9, so players, likely are going to be looking left, and there's a ditch in between those holes, but it's closer to the ninth hole. They are just looking to kind of do what a traditional, maybe kind of old school course that we've seen in Scotland or in England, where there are these just natural made drainage area ditches that actually over time grow in with grass and heavy rough. So that's what you'll see at times. That's kind of maybe a newer feature than what we've seen in the past from when it was Oakmont.
Day 2 of Bills minicamp yesterday. Sal's got all the details on our website, WGR550.com. First-round rookie Maxwell Hairston took himself out of drills near the end of practice. They were testing out his leg and knee area, but then practice ended right after, so didn't get a chance to see if he would have come back in, walked off with the trainer. Again, Sal's got all the details, and we'll talk to him in a little bit. Elsewhere around the NFL, Jermaine Pratt, linebacker who started the last few years for the Bengals and was looking for a new contract, got cut by Cincinnati. He already has a new deal with the Las Vegas Raiders for 1 year. The NBA Finals last night picked back up with a Pacers win at home, so they are now up 2-1 in the series against OKC. Game 4 is going to be tomorrow night. Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final tonight. Oilers and Panthers at 8 o'clock. Florida leads 2-1. You can listen to that game right here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final at WGR is presented by Fiegel, Carr & Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
You want to know exactly what I see? When that's trash, you got to be better. Simple as that. Like, you got to be more efficient here. You got to get out of this break. You got to stack your DB. You got to give Josh more room to throw the ball. You got to catch that. You got to make that block. You got to get that extra effort on the touchdown block. If Jimbo break it, he up the sideline. Just different things like that. Calling out everything that you're doing wrong to make it right.
Keon Coleman yesterday at mandatory minicamp.
Ooh, how do you feel about Bryson's fit today?
That's Bryson?
That's Bryson. It is Bryson.
Yeah, it's different.
He is wearing the brightest red I've ever seen on the golf course. This is not like Tiger Sunday red, I don't think.
No, that's right.
This is like a neon red.
It's a hot red. A little hotter than Tiger's red.
Yeah,
I don't know. I guess Bryson doesn't often wear red. Now his shoes make more sense. His shoes have red in them.
That's right. Yeah.
Hey, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. We'll keep you updated on the U.S. Open. We've already seen a guy chunk it out of the bunker into the rough. We've seen a guy miss two fairways over. But, you know, it's Oakmont. So the guys are going to be struggling. We expect that. We'll give you updates on that. Keon Coleman. So, big topic this entire offseason, right, Coleman?
He's the player. Well, him and Kincaid are the two players I wonder the most about.
Yeah.
About what they'll be this season. Yeah, Coleman, though, I don't know, like, am I too pessimistic on him? I'm just not as open to him being like a significant impact, top-end wide receiver the same way. I still want to be a little open to Kincaid could be that at tight end. Like, Coleman, maybe he's going to, he talks there about efficiency in his routes, right? And the blocking stuff down the field, sure, like that's stuff that's going to get you on the field 70-80% of the snaps year to year to year. But my questions about him aren't about that. It's about, can you get open? Right. Are you going to be able to get open on a regular basis? Because he did not do that last year. And if he's going to be a guy that wins with the contested catch, then I'm going to need him to win more than 3 out of every 10 of those. Because I can't have him ranking 120th in contested catch percentage and have it be, considered his specialty when there's 100 guys in the league that are going to do it better than you do. So I don't know. There were some drop problems last year. I think there's a good athletic profile, even though there's not the straight ahead speed. So I guess I'm a little pessimistic on the idea that he's ever going to be like a great receiver.
Well, that's probably at the root of it. I mean, if you want him to be a great receiver, you might end up being disappointed. If you want him to be a difference maker for the Bills,
right? That's different. Yeah,
that's probably a good spot. There was Matt Perino had a piece earlier this week. We talked with Matt on Monday, and he had a piece earlier this week talking about Coleman and Joe Brady. Separation is going to be the buzzword on Coleman because he does not really separate. And I do believe that it's very true. There are more ways to win than just separation. Guys that separate are often great. Some guys separate but don't catch the ball. Some guys only separate down the field. Separation's also going to be, to a degree, it's going to be a function of where you play, what kind of routes you run, all that kind of stuff. So Coleman, he's not a separator. He probably wasn't drafted to be a separator. To me, his success is measured by what the Bills thought they were getting. And, you could drive yourself crazy with this if you want to. Do you want to compare him to Xavier Worthy? He's a very different player. Do you want to compare him to Ladd McConkey? He's a very different player. And if you wanted to say, I wish the Bills drafted Ladd McConkey because you want the Ladd McConkey type, then you could have that.
Yeah.
But it's not like the Bills didn't know this is a very different player than Ladd McConkey. This is the type of player that they wanted was, listen, in that clip we just played, Coleman's not only talking about efficiency and routes, he's talking about blocking and finishing a block so that James Cook can be sprung free for a touchdown. So, it's kind of, I don't know, you want to say refreshing or it's nice or whatever. He's really hard on himself there with a self-assessment about all the things he needs to get better at. Like, you want to know what I need to do? Everything. And listening to Coleman on that, I thought about anybody that does anything in your life. Like, what's your hobby? What's your job even? And go back and, if you could, take a look at your first day. How were you on your first day? How are you on your 10th day? And then how are you at your job in year 10? You're in sales. You're a teacher. You're doing this. I mean, if we pull up clips of the first time I ever did an update or something, look at this guy. He has no idea what he's doing. He'll never make it. But, you work at your craft. And for Coleman, there might have been a belief when he came in that, all right, football's football, I can play some football. And you get to the NFL, and he has some early success, and then he gets hurt. And when he gets hurt, that's when the Bills were disappointed, is how he came back from that.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's a key point in this. They were not disappointed with him early on. It was he got hurt and he came back, and that's something he'd never really dealt with before. And maybe he just wasn't quite ready, quite aware of all that. So, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of keeping things, and I've done this since they drafted Coleman, who was not my favorite prospect, but there's definitely reason to think he can be very successful with Josh, like a lot of receivers can be successful with Josh. So, can he be their breakout star this year? I want to say yeah. I think he can be. What does that mean? Does that mean, what do I need Coleman to be? You know what I need Coleman to be? I need Coleman to be on 4th and 5. They call the play for him in Kansas City. That's what I really want out of this offense. Do I need the best receiver in football? No. But I want someone, and the ball goes to Kincaid there on a prayer. The design play is for Shakir out of the backfield, which is precision-based.
And if it wasn't Shakir, like if in a different world, the protection holds up in that spot. Allen, if I'm thinking back to the play, right, there would have been two options. He would have had Shakir out of the backfield, or Kincaid was breaking open.
Wide open.
Like his route was breaking wide open. Maybe he would have even scored.
Right. The Chiefs busted on the coverage there. Like somebody was in the wrong spot. It's sold as like this all-out blitz. I don't think they intended to leave Kincaid that open. But
no, it wasn't at all. But it was all out from one side. Right. The other side kind of dropped back.
So for me, Coleman, like, hey, get to be the guy that, hey, it's 4th and 5. Where's this ball going? Like, we feel comfortable going to the guy that is, our low post warrior. If you can win like that's good by me.
What does that play look like, though, in your mind? Because when I think of a 4th and 5 play where I gotta make sure I get 6-7 yards, I'm thinking of a guy that's winning on the inside, don't I? Like, I'm thinking of what Diggs used to be for the Bills, which was just one-on-one, and I'm gonna jab step you left, and then I'm gonna cut inside, and I got you.
Right. For Diggs, it was often Diggs and Allen ran a lot of hitches, and like that was like their go-to.
But then there's the Beasley plays over the years that always felt like they worked on those spots. And Coleman, like I heard a good debate actually on the Check the Mic podcast with Steve Palazzolo and Sam Monson, and we've had Sam on, and he's said the same thing to us like throughout the entire offseason. Is Sam always mentions how he is bewildered by how the Bills do not believe that they need an X wide receiver. A big guy on the line of scrimmage, an ex-wide receiver.
They kind of just don't even have the role.
Right, but to him and Steve got into this on their podcast because he brought that up. Like, the only thing they're missing, and the only thing that's weird to me is they're treating their roster like, hey, we don't need an ex-wide receiver. And what Steve came back at him was, that's not what they're thinking. They don't think they don't need an ex-wide receiver. They just think Keon Coleman is an ex-wide receiver and you don't. And there's a lot of that out there, right? That he'd be better as a power slot in that he has never shown the ability to be a good player at that position. He didn't even really do it in college a lot. So that to me might be the debate on Coleman is he going to be able to do the things he did in college, but do it from a position that a lot of people didn't think he would play in the NFL? Mm-hmm. Or a different type of wide receiver role than people thought he might play in the NFL? Because that ex-receiver, I don't know, that's not usually the guy that you're going to on 4th and 5.
No,
that's the
right.
guy that's either in the slot or the other outside guy that's off the line of scrimmage.
I think that conversation between Steve and Sam there, Brett Coleman of Underdog Fantasy, he does the Film Room, the Bootleg podcast. He does great work too. He's pointed this out. And I think, you say one of them says, well, the Bills think he's an X. It might not even really be that so much as this is something that Joe Brady gets to a lot whenever he talks about the offense. I think that Brady and the Bills have less rigidity than people out there thinking about the types of receivers. They play more condensed formation, so that receiver that's on the outside doesn't necessarily have to be as far out on the boundary.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a tougher job on the outside. I think everybody kind of knows that. For Coleman, when I say going on 4th and 5, you would say, well, maybe that's the guy on the inside. I mean, he can win on the inside. He took, I think,
he can, but
I think he took 11% of his snaps on the inside.
Right, that's the thing. He never played there.
That's right. But maybe if he never gets hurt, maybe if the regular organic way that the season goes plays out, he gets a little bit more there. And if we're looking at the way that their roster is built, Josh Palmer is more equipped on the outside, and Elijah Moore, around Coleman, they have better options. And maybe he finds his way to getting some snaps in those spots. When I say I want him to be not necessarily the go-to on that 4th and 5, but someone, he's not on the field on that 4th and 5. Right? He's not on the field? He's on and off. He didn't play a lot in that game. He gets out-snapped by a lot of the other receivers. Like, if they want him to, I guess we check if he's on the field. I want him to be a reasonable option because Shakir elevated his game to a spot where they get him manufactured touches. They engineer their offense to get the ball to Shakir because they know good things can happen. And Coleman, earlier in the season, had really good things happen, yards after catch. I wonder if year 2, what he has to show them between now and opening night against Baltimore, what he has to show them is I am worthy of you engineering the offense a little bit to me as well.
Right. He's not on the field.
Okay. Not on the field on 4th and 5.
The formation, before there's motion, the Bills have 4 receivers on the left and 1 receiver on the right. The receiver on the right is Ty Johnson. And then the 4 receivers on the left, going from inside to outside, are Kincaid, Matt Collins, Amari Cooper, Khalil Shakir. And then Shakir comes in motion. So when they snap it, there's like 3 guys all packed together. To your point, there's nobody really truly on the outside. Like they're all they're all packed together.
Yep.
And it's Kincaid, it's Hollins, and it's Cooper.
The guy on the right that's on the end of the formation, the most outside, is basically in a slot alignment kind of.
Right. And then when they take the snap, there's just 3 guys all together. There's nobody outside the numbers.
By the way,
close to it.
Again, we'll probably continue to have this debate, and the Bills can win the Super Bowl because Josh Allen is amazing. But it's 4th and 5, and the guys you just listed is on the field.
2 aren't on the team anymore.
2 aren't on the team. One's a running back.
And one they definitely chose to not have on the team anymore. Yeah. Cooper. Right, the other's a running back.
Cooper doesn't have a job. Hollins is not on the team.
Coleman's not out there.
So the next step for him is obviously to be in the trusted 5, a receiver that's on the field. You could say the Bills' receivers didn't lose them the game, but there's a play where, I don't think it's really even that controversial to say someone better can win you the game. Josh made his part of the deal, did he not? He made a superhero play.
He made a superhero
by
play.
running backwards, getting away, and putting it where he needed to put it. And there's, you
could argue there's no one else in the league that would have got that ball off, let alone got that ball to one of your teammates' hands.
Right. And if that's, I don't know, put it this way, Joe. If that's Coleman standing where Kincaid is standing on that play, he might not make that catch.
He might not. He dropped a lot of passes that looked like that last year.
That's the step.
You'd like him to become a player, though, that in that spot, he's catching that every time.
Yes, or in that spot, Allen is, looking for it, whatever. A lot of ways to say it. We'll get some calls in here. Dennis in Lockport. Hey, Dennis, good morning.
Hey, guys. Great conversation. You guys are trying, talk about where Coleman could be. Because I watched him play in college. And he reminds me of Mac Hollins, and a lot of him is a lot of how Mac is, because he'll do the other things on the field as a wide receiver some other receivers won't do, the blocking and all that. And I think you're wondering where maybe he could fit in. Is that role that Mac kind of filled in? And I mean, how many touchdowns did Mac get last year? And he might not have been the breakout guy, but he was a go-to guy when you needed him in the right spot. And he did some of the right things down the field. And I'll wait for your guys' response to that.
I think, though, the role, I think he's going to play that role this year. Like, all the things they asked Matt Collins to do last year for the Bills, I think Coleman, not that Coleman was already doing a lot of it. Like, Coleman was playing last year. He led them in snaps in a ton of games. But I don't know, like, doing the dirty stuff. Isn't that kind of what Hollins did last year? Doing the dirty work? Yeah. Who else on the roster really looks like a player with the body type that you would think could do that? So, the comparison, though, when I hear it is I want him to be better than that. That's a limited player that, maybe there are some similarities, but I would want to shoot higher than that for Coleman. I'd want to shoot higher than, the guy he replaced. If he's their new ex-receiver, well, that used to be Gabe Davis. I want him to be better than Gabe Davis was.
Yeah.
And Gabe Davis was a guy who would have, he had 800 yards and 7 touchdowns every year he played. And I think I want more than that from him, too. But my question is, is this the right environment for him? Because how correct are the people that think, no, he's a power slot. He's going to be better as a power slot. I don't know if he could play the X. And, I know Joe Brady talks about positional versatility and they don't really put guys in boxes, but the snaps, we see where guys play. Like, we have where you put guys at the end of the day. And he played 633 snaps on the outside and 75 in the slot. Like, they used him as one type of receiver last year. And even when he got the question and he made that answer in OTAs about how, well, we don't really think of guys as outside or inside or whatever, even after he said that, the way he talked about the idea of Coleman playing in the slot was he started talking about Khalil Shakir. So we already have a dynamic guy in the middle there. And, we want to move Shakir to the outside.
Which that's...
Like, even when it's, Coleman could be in the slot sometimes, it's because we're trying to move Shakir around. Not because we think Coleman is this, Puka Nacua or Cooper Kupp.
And that gets to, the idea of Coleman in the slot. What would be the best for Keon Coleman to be the most productive receiver he could possibly be? That might be to be a power slot. But what's the best for the Buffalo Bills? Like Joe Brady, right. And this kind of gets to the point about, it isn't fantasy football. Joe Brady's job is not to just
get the most out of Keon Coleman.
Right. His job is to get the most out of his offense.
Right.
Those two things often go hand in hand, but I would understand any sort of you make a line between the two. Sure, if I wanted to get Keon Coleman to 1,300 yards and 10 touchdowns, I'd put him here. But that's actually not my job. My job is to get the most out of the offense. Dan Graziano has a question about this he posted at ESPN. One burning question for every team. And the way he asked it, it's not really a Coleman question, but it is a Bills kind of question. And what he asked is, without even really taking aim at the receivers, he said, does Josh Allen need to repeat as MVP for the Bills to get to the Super Bowl?
Well,
does he have to be the MVP in order for the Bills to be as good as they were? It is ironic that we've watched the Bills try to build a team where it's, man, he can't go out there and be Superman. And then he won MVP while being in that offense. Sometimes MVP is about narrative. I get all that. And this question,
and there's more to it. Yeah.
Right, this question would be staged as, well, that depends. He's going to get MVP in part based on what the other great quarterbacks do, right? If Jaden Daniels throws 62 touchdowns, he's going to win the MVP.
Yeah.
But conceptually, does Josh have to be the MVP for them to get to the Super Bowl? And what he says, he writes, it's inescapable. The Bills' only first-round offensive player they've drafted since taking Allen in 2018 is Dalton Kincaid. Mm-hmm. Now, Coleman's one pick outside, but he's not a first-rounder. Like, you can't, 2018, one offensive first-rounder. That's Dan Graziano, ESPN. So anyway.
He also, I think, has no shot at winning MVP this year.
No?
They're not giving it to him.
I think he has a shot.
They are not giving him MVP until he beats the Chiefs. That's my proclamation. They will not give him another one until he does. That's why Lamar Jackson didn't win last year. Well, not the only reason.
They vote before that. You're saying that people just won't vote for him until
they vote before that, but they're going to want we're not giving you I don't think the voters, reading into how they operate in that way, it's about story, it's about narratives, it's about more than just what you did that season. And part of why they don't give it to Lamar last year is, he won it the year before, and he has these playoff failures.
I would agree that getting it back-to-back, you probably have to be even better the second year.
Yes.
I would agree with that.
He couldn't do what he just did and win it again. I think he'd have to throw for 5,000 yards to win it this year.
I think
he'd have to light the lamp.
One seed would do it. Mahomes got the 1 seed last year and didn't come close because he had a down year. The season he just had in the 1 seed, he goes back to back. Of course, Jaden Daniels, who knows?
People thought one reason Jackson didn't win last year is we're not giving you more than Mahomes has.
Yeah, I mean, those things do play on voters' minds. I wouldn't dispute that at all.
Right.
Sal on the other side, if you're on hold, we'll get to your calls as well. 803-0550. Sal recapping mandatory minicamp. We'll talk with, we've got an Edmonton guest coming up at 9 o'clock ahead of Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. The U.S. Open has had events where the scores are expected to be high and the rough is long and the course is tough. Like Shinnecock strikes me as one that we always talk about with this. But maybe it's the age of social media. It feels like they are really setting us up for, no. They really took Oakmont to the next level. Oakmont's tough as it is, and what they've done with this course, I don't know if it's every time it's there that we ask what a 18 handicapper would shoot, but that is the topic. And I've seen more videos of guys on the practice greens and guys chunking out of the rough. It feels like we are being kind of prepared ahead of time for just how much, finger quotes here, carnage there will be out there.
Yeah, and the players haven't really complained in terms of saying that it's unfair. I think they're just saying it's super hard. Yes, I've heard that question asked quite a bit this week. And what would that 18 handicapper shoot? And would be seeing a lot of 150 answers or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the rough. It looks like unless the ball is somehow luckily setting up, you're going to have to literally have maybe a 50-yard advance or maybe just a total sideways advancement. They've done a couple of renovations features to the course from when the last time it was there. They did a renovation in 2023. One thing is they've added more these, ditches is what you'll see. It's going to come into play the most on the ninth hole. The ninth hole and the first hole run parallel to each other, and there's a ton of bunkers on the right-hand side of 9, so players, likely are going to be looking left, and there's a ditch in between those holes, but it's closer to the ninth hole. They are just looking to kind of do what a traditional, maybe kind of old school course that we've seen in Scotland or in England, where there are these just natural-made drainage area ditches that actually over time grow in with grass and heavy rough. So that's what you'll see at times. That's kind of maybe a newer feature than what we've seen in the past from when it was Oakmont.
The U.S. Open has had events where the scores are expected to be high and the rough is long and the course is tough. Like Shinnecock strikes me as one that we always talk about with this. But maybe it's the age of social media. It feels like they are really setting us up for, no. They really took Oakmont to the next level. Oakmont's tough as it is, and what they've done with this course, I don't know if it's every time it's there that we ask what a 18 handicapper would shoot, but like that is the topic. And I've seen more videos of guys on the practice greens and guys chunking out of the rough. It feels like we are being kind of prepared ahead of time for just how much, finger quotes here, carnage there will be out there.
Yeah, and the players haven't really complained in terms of saying like that it's unfair. I think they're just saying it's super hard. Yes, I've heard that question asked quite a bit this week. And what would that 18 handicapper shoot? And would be seeing a lot of like 150 answers or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the rough. It looks like unless the ball is somehow luckily sitting up, like you're going to have to literally have like maybe a 50-yard advance or maybe just a total sideways advancement. They've done a couple of renovations features to the course from when the last time it was there. They did a renovation in 2023. One thing is they've added more these, like, I guess ditches is what you'll see. It's going to come into play the most on the 9th hole. The 9th hole and the first hole run parallel to each other, and there's a ton of bunkers on the right-hand side of 9, so players, likely are going to be looking left, and there's a ditch in between those holes, but it's closer to the 9th hole. They are just looking to kind of do what a traditional, maybe kind of old school course that we've seen in Scotland or in England, where there are these just like natural-made drainage area ditches that actually over time grow in with grass and heavy rough. So that's what you'll see at times. That's kind of maybe a newer feature than what we've seen in the past from when it was Oakmont.
The U.S. Open is underway.
The guy that peed at the Masters is about to tee off. What's his next trick?
We can only imagine. Maxwell Moldovan is 2 under par. He holed out
2 under
from like 190.
2 under through 1, Joe. I was told this course was tough.
Yeah. 3 guys are under par, but it's very early. Everyone's only through 1 or 2 holes. It's underway. If you're looking for it on TV, it's on USA. Bryson DeChambeau is teeing off as we speak. Game 4 of the...
Please refer to him as my pick to win.
Your pick to win?
Yeah, I'm picking Bryson.
Wearing very bright red. It'll burn your retinas. Panthers and Oilers tonight, 8 o'clock. Florida up 2-1. We'll have it here on WGR. The Thunder win or fall to the Pacers last night, so Indiana now up 2-1 in that series. Going into the series as a huge underdog, and they are now up. DeChambeau hit it into the...
Life hack. He's basically...
That's like the rough that all the patrons walk over.
Yeah, it's kind of
it's not bad.
It's kind of like a cart path. It just rolled all the way another 50 yards down the trampled area.
Right. Bills minicamp yesterday. We'll talk more about it with Sal Capaccio. Max Hairston looked like he might have had an injury at the end of practice. Tough to tell, though, because he was talking to a trainer and then practice ended. So, again, we'll talk more about it with Sal. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Can't see the green. Back into that sun. Boy, what a start this is.
Yeah.
Look out for the hole.
Chance. Oh, come on. Oh, my goodness. Wow.
Eagle on one for Moldovan. Oberg just birdied. These low numbers. I was told it was going to be tough. I'm already mad. No, Oberg birdied on his first. Rory tees off in 4 minutes. Bryson's out there. U.S. Open is underway. Father's Day weekend upon us. The U.S. Open and Father's Day. A great, great sports tradition. Sal Capaccio joins us on the Wester Hotline to wrap chat about, I should say, with us on Bill's mandatory minicamp. Good morning, Sal.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. We're watching this golf, It looks beautiful course, sunny out there. It looks like the guys teeing off on the first hole can't see their tee shots because they're shooting directly into the sun. But, U.S. Open week is upon us, and it's a great day.
There is a course I play in Florida when I go down there. I used to live. And literally, like, the first hole is directly into the sun right around when we would play a lot in May when I go down there especially. And I mean, like, you can't see the ball when you hit it. And you're always like, I think it was good. I'm not really sure. You know what I mean? But it's right there into the sun.
Yeah. Well, we'll be watching and keeping people updated. Sal, mandatory minicamp. We got some good stuff yesterday. I mean, first, an injury scare for Max Hairston.
Yeah, and we don't know how much of a scare it is. It could be something. It could be nothing. He, at the end of practice, Max Hairston kind of took himself out of a team drill, just walked over to trainers and did not take a rep, and they were talking, and they were looking at what appeared to be maybe the left lower knee area, the lower legs in that area, the mid-range part. And head trainer Nate Bresky, head athletic trainer Nate Bresky and him were talking, and Nate was kind of pointing to something down there and looking, and he was walking, and he never was being helped anywhere. He was walking on his own power, which is good news, but he was explaining something as they walked together. Right when that happened, the horn blew to end practice. It was scheduled horn blow. It wasn't like, okay, Max Hairston's hurt, we're going to end practice, right?
Right.
It was the timing of it. It was literally right at 2:30, I would say, because that's when they ended. And he and they talked for a little while as everybody started coming in, and they came in a little bit after them, but together and walked in together. So what does that mean? We'll find out today as far as if he's out there or not. A lot of times, now I would say this, we could get out there today, they practice at 11, you might not have Max Hairston practicing today. That doesn't mean anything significantly wrong with him. Anybody who's having any issue at all, they're being super precautious with this week, as you guys know. I mean, there's a lot of guys out there, a lot of guys who aren't out there on the field practicing who are dealing with something, but Sean McDermott said none of them have any concerns as far as he is concerned with missing any training camp time. That just tells you, hey, something's going on. We don't want to re-aggravate or injure anything. We want everybody ready for camp. So it's possible we don't see Max Hairston today. I think we're going to hear maybe from Brandon Beane after practice. So either way, that'd be a good chance to ask him a little bit about that. But we'll see where this goes, I guess. And, we're going to be waiting on that.
So if Beane's speaking, we would think that if it is something severe or something serious, that we would probably learn about it today.
I would think so, Joe. First of all, if he practices, there's no concern, right? I mean, okay, whatever. If he doesn't practice, I'm sure it's one of the first things we're going to ask Brandon Beane, and then we'll see what he says about it.
Okay. In terms of how he's looked, how has he looked to you in these couple of days?
So the athletic traits are definitely there. There's no doubt. I'm going to go back, though, when you say couple days, I'm going to go back to everything I've seen from OTAs, too. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? OTAs, we're out there for a day each week. There are times where you see the athletic traits and then he just gets beat. Now, there's times where he gets beat because he got beat. There's times where he gets beat because he's in great position and someone just makes a catch. And I made a joke yesterday, Tyrell Shavers. It's happened to him twice against Tyrell Shavers. Once a couple weeks ago, once yesterday, where he's in perfect coverage, but Tyrell Shavers catches the ball, and I'm like, Tyrell Shavers he's long, right? And like he's an NFL wide receiver. And I think it's the growing pains of a young guy of, okay, I'm in perfect position. What do I got to do to get this ball? What do I got to do to knock the ball away? That doesn't mean he's always getting beat. He makes plays too. He's in good spots. It is such an advantage. It's tough to talk about this by giving context to listeners when I tell you it's such an advantage to the offense this time of year, right? There's no pads. Nobody's hitting anybody. Guys can make catches kind of knowing they're not going to get hit as they make the catch. Guys who are defending aren't going to be super incredible to be physical because you're not taking you to the ground. Yeah, they can put your hands on you, whatever. So I would say that for me, when I watch DBs this time of year, what I'm looking for is positioning. I'm like, are you in position to make the play? Because once the pads come on, maybe that play gets made, maybe it doesn't. And I think that he's in position sometimes where okay, that's really good. And then maybe the play isn't made. Or maybe it is. That's fine. And there have been also a couple times where I've seen, here's a couple things I do notice. Like, when he's done with the rep, a lot of times he comes off, and there's a coach always with him. There's a coach always in his ear talking to him about everything that just happened, which is great. He's a young player. He's not the only one. He also has a football with him at all times on the sidelines. I noticed yesterday, Max Harrison is always carrying a football with him on the sidelines. He's not the only one, but a couple of the DBs, but it is funny. A couple of the younger guys are like that.
If he's going to be, like, that was a talking point, right, about him coming in as, like, he might struggle with bigger receivers. Tre'Davious White is listed 2 inches shorter than he is. And I know they've been speaking about his leadership in that room cell. And for him, like, I don't remember that even as a rookie for Trey White. Like, he is a shorter corner, and, like, I don't know, he's made a pretty good career not getting bodied by bigger receivers as often as you would think of a guy who's not really that tall.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, who was the guy who got... Man, you got Jeremy. Who was the guy? Maybe Joe, you know too. Who would get beat a lot by the taller receivers, and we couldn't well, I mean, that happened to Levi Wallace, and he was actually a little taller, wasn't he? Levi Wallace seemed like he was a little bit taller from what I remember, right? I think a lot of times it's kind of understanding leverage, understanding angles. But there was a guy in the mid 2000s that would like every time.
Terrence McGee was a smaller corner.
I'm thinking of maybe you're thinking of someone different, but I always remember McKelvin,
Yes, it was Leotis McKelvin. I think you're right. I kept thinking of it.
He would always be in position, and it would always be a catch.
Yeah.
Yes, that was it. Leotis McKelvin, exactly. I think Leotis McKelvin like always seemed like he was right there and couldn't make the play. But for him, the issue was for me. I always noticed. From what I remember, he just didn't turn around enough. He didn't see the ball enough. He didn't get to the ball until late. That's not what I see with Max Harrison.
Yeah.
I think Max Harrison just has to understand leverage against bigger guys. That's all. Okay. I'm not concerned about it as I watch him. I don't want to paint that picture. What I want to say is he's learning how to deal with guys that are bigger and faster and stronger than most guys he dealt with in college. That's all. And I think that's just got to come with reps. And I like yesterday, the one I remember from Tyrell Shavers, I'm telling you guys, like he's in perfect position across the middle. He swipes his arm, and I think everybody in the defense thought he knocked it out. And then here comes Shavers with the ball, and everybody's like, oh, like how did he catch that ball? Maybe that happens against any DB, right? But, I mean, that's just the kind of thing where, okay, now you understand. Those are the little tiny margins that make a difference, I think, at this level compared to the college level.
Sal, speaking of the bigger-bodied receivers, a week ago at camp, at minicamp or OTAs, it was about Keon Coleman and how he looked. And yesterday, he spoke a lot about what he needs to do. So kind of maybe a look into the preparation and mentally how he's approaching this season. Coleman had a lot to say yesterday.
He talked about he was very self-aware yesterday. He's very self-critical yesterday, right? Like he said, you really want to know what I thought? I thought it looked like blank, right? What he said. When we could play the match game and do that. But anyway, or whatever you want to call it. We used to play with Shope, and he was very critical of himself and how he wants to really be very cognizant of his approach, his routes, his everything, his body, everything that goes into it. Being a professional, for sure. I think there's no doubt that Keon Coleman heard the noise, right, from Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott. But I'm going to tell everybody, like, nothing that they said to us, they didn't say to him, right? Like, it's not like Sean McDermott or Brandon Beane came out at the end of the year, told the media what they want from Keon Coleman, didn't see from Keon Coleman, and just wanted to make sure Keon Coleman heard it that way. They told him, like, hey, this is what exit interviews are about. Hey, you're a young player. This is what we need from you. This is what that didn't happen. This is what did happen. This is what we need from you going forward. And I think, to Keon Coleman's credit yesterday, he sounded like he was very kind of self-aware, self-critical, understanding, didn't push back. And, yeah, I think that he understands what he needs to do to take that next step in year 2.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to watch. And are you watching Coleman and Benford go head to head here? Like when you're mentioning Shavers and Hairston, what are we seeing from Coleman in man coverage? Because a lot of this, when it comes to these drills, is going to be man on man, right? And that's not always been Coleman's strength. So while practice is practice, you're probably getting a really good look and a really good opportunity for him to work specifically on that part of his game.
Yeah. Now, in these settings, they can't do one-on-one. We haven't seen that. I don't think they're allowed to do one-on-one wide receiver DB. And if they have, we haven't seen any drills like that. You know how sometimes they just line up and you see it? And at camp, right, guys? Mm-hmm. You love watching those one-on-ones. We haven't seen that specifically, each guy against each other. I would say there have been times where I think Keon Coleman, he looks like he's run a really good route, and then maybe and yet he's caught the ball. And there's been a couple of times where I think he's got to do a better job of making sure he secures the ball. Yesterday was one of them where, and I'll give credit. This is one of those deals where do you put it on Keon or do you put it on Dane Jackson? Like, he runs a route, he's over the middle. Dane Jackson makes a nice break on the ball. As Keon has it in his hands and he's securing it, Dane knocks it right out of his hands, swipes it down. It's a good veteran play by a DB. If you're Keon Coleman, you got to grab that thing, you got to put it and tuck it away, right? I mean, like, those are, again, little things. These are younger players. This is why battles are great, and you can have two different perspectives, and you can have someone listen to me or somebody who's there watching, another media member even observing, going, man, that's a great play by Dane Jackson. You can have another person say, man, Keon's got to do a better job of hold on to that ball, right? Like, it just it's competing. It's what it is, and I think those are the things again that he's going to have to learn. But I like his route running. I like his, I'll call it intentionality, Jeremy. I think that's what I see from him. Like, when I watch him run early on in practice, he's with Adam Henry and the rest of the wide receivers. Like, it's not that you didn't see this last year necessarily, but knowing everything has been said about him, knowing what we know about him and where they want him to go, like, I'm watching a little bit of his intentionality, and it feels like he's definitely trying to do certain things out there that these practices are for.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. You can read his recap of yesterday at mandatory minicamp at WGR550.com. Sal, any final thoughts just to wrap? We got to get going, but if there's something we missed?
Real quickly, Josh Allen was very hot yesterday early on. I didn't see a ball hit the ground in 7-on-7 after throwing a few picks the day before. Defense then started to stem a little bit the other way, and the highlight was a Tre'Davious White pick 6. It really came, though, off a Khalil Shakir slip. Then he kind of reached up to try to grab the ball because he slipped, you know what I mean? And then he knocked it up in the air. There's Trey White, goes back the other way for a pick 6. So kind of a good back and forth right there yesterday.
All right, very good. Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
Sal Capaccio. We'll get a break in. Larry, if you can stick with us, we'll get to your phone call, 803-0550. If you want to jump on, talk a little bit about Keon Coleman today and, the expectation for him, what the Bills really need out of him. So if you want to pop on about that, we're happy to chat with you. Give you updates on the Open. Bryson just missed the putt badly. I mean, bad.
Ooh.
He flew it by about as far away as he was. 15-foot putt.
He's talking.
He put 11 feet by.
He's already talking to the green or to himself.
It was a rough one. What we're seeing, they're going to spend a lot of time at this tournament watching balls roll out as the blimp camera, the tower camera, zooms out, and the ball's still rolling. When we get back from break, we'll see this ball stop rolling. I mean, it's... Yeah, you can kind of start to see it already. All right, Moldovan in the lead because he holed out on number 1. Jeremy and Joe, Oberg starting hot as well. If you got him, he just hit another one close. We'll get some more phone calls and keep hanging out here on a Thursday, beautiful Thursday here on WGR. The U.S. Open has had events where the scores are expected to be high and the rough is long and the course is tough. Like Shinnecock strikes me as one that we always talk about with this. But
maybe it's the age of social media. It feels like they are really setting us up for, no. They really took Oakmont to the next level. Oakmont's tough as it is, and what they've done with this course, I don't know if it's every time it's there that we ask what a 18 handicapper would shoot, but like that is the topic. And I've seen more videos of guys on the practice screens and guys chunking out of the rough. It feels like we are being kind of prepared ahead of time for just how much, finger quotes here, carnage there will be out there.
Yeah, and the players haven't really complained in terms of saying like that it's unfair. I think they're just saying it's super hard. Yes, I've heard that question asked quite a bit this week. And what would that 18 handicapper shoot? And would be seeing a lot of like 150 answers or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the rough. It looks like unless the ball is somehow luckily setting up, like you're going to have to literally have like maybe a 50-yard advance or maybe just a total sideways advancement. They've done a couple of renovations features to the course from when the last time it was there. They did a renovation in 2023. One thing is they've added more these, like, I guess ditches is what you'll see. It's going to come into play the most on the 9th hole. The 9th hole and the first hole run parallel to each other, and there's a ton of bunkers on the right-hand side of 9, so players, likely are going to be looking left, and there's a ditch in between those holes, but it's closer to the 9th hole. They are just looking to kind of do what a traditional, maybe kind of old school course that we've seen in Scotland or in England, where there are these just like natural made drainage area ditches that actually over time grow in with grass and heavy rough. So that's what you'll see at times. That's kind of maybe a newer feature than what we've seen in the past from when it was Oakmont.
I started digging into some running back stats. What I was looking for was Cook's drop percentage, because I think you told me it got a lot better last year.
It did. I could find that very quickly for you, but I think when I saw it the other day, it was 11% 2 years ago, and this past year it was 5%.
Yeah, manageable.
Yeah.
So what I found was not that. I looked for that, and I gave up because I found something interesting.
Okay.
The top 5 running backs in yards after contact.
Okay.
Per attempt. Who are the top 5 NFL running backs in yards after contact per attempt?
Yards after contact per attempt.
Top 5 NFL running backs last season.
After contact.
Yep, after contact.
Derrick Henry.
Number 1.
Yeah.
2.8 yards per contact.
Saquon? He ran through a lot of open holes. But he also broke a lot of big runs. Saquon.
No.
Wow. I guess there were a lot of open holes.
He is 6th.
Okay, that's pretty good.
So the top 5 backs, fun fact here, the next 4 are all tied at number 2.
Oh, okay.
So Henry, 2.8. The next 4 are all even at 2.4 yards after contact per run. Who are those 4 running backs?
Jonathan Taylor.
No.
Breece Hall.
No.
Josh Jacobs.
Yes. 2.4 yards after contact per attempt. He has the lowest yards before contact of this group. Jacobs.
Okay.
You got Henry 1. Jacobs is tied for 2. 3 others are tied for 2nd.
What about Bucky Irving?
No.
He had a really good year, though. All right.
Might be a minimum number of attempts here, but no.
Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yes.
Yeah.
2.4 yards after contact per attempt.
Okay. Oh, what about your boy Bijan?
Correct.
Yeah.
Henry, Gibbs, Bijan, Jacobs. One more.
Is it gettable? Is it hard?
It's gettable.
All right. Devin Achane had a bad year. It's not going to be him. What about Kyron Williams?
Kyron Williams is 7th in this. No.
James Conner?
No.
Did I guess Cook already?
You did not.
Cook.
Yes.
Oh, duh. Forgot I didn't guess Cook.
All right, stat of the day. This is a good one. Perfect for, well, today. Stat of the day, powered by Empire Electric, your residential neighborhood electrician. Visit empireelectricians.com. This one came courtesy of, this is not a pause for drama, Claire Rogers, golf.com.
Mm-hmm.
Oakmont fact, from 1,385 players have teed it up at Oakmont for a U.S. Open.
Okay.
1,385 players. How many have finished under par?
Ooh.
Out of 1,385.
I'm going to guess 450.
450 is Joe's guess. Josh, Owen, you want to stab at it?
I swear, if one of you two say 451, it's going down.
What was the total number?
1,385 players have teed it up for a U.S. Open at Oakmont.
I'll go 225.
225 is his guess.
I'm going to go 386.
You're all high. Go lower.
Higher than 225?
Lower. You're lower. You're all too high. Go lower.
120.
Lower.
77.
Lower.
45.
No way.
Lower.
Wow. 20.
28.
28 out of
1,385. 28 have finished under par.
that is crazy.
28 out of
stat of the year.
1,385 under par at Oakmont. Who would want to be a member at this course? How'd you shoot today? Terrible. Oh, there's always tomorrow. Yeah, great. All right, probably pretty nice.
Right, you're like a 13 handicap and you just shoot 110 every day.
Every day.
Like, oh, this is fun.
2.02%.
Yeah, 2%. 2% of golfers at the U.S. Open at Oakmont finish under par. It used to have a bunch of trees. Like, look at these old videos. They took all the trees out. It's a different course.
Our guy, Jeff Meadis at Golf Dojo, was telling me yesterday about, he was giving me swing lessons. He played Oakmont, but he's like, yeah, there were trees everywhere.
Yeah, it's a different.
I'm like, what do you mean? There's no trees.
There's
He's
not
like, no, they cut them all down. Like,
Yep.
I don't know when they did, but
There's
since he
no
played
tree in sight between holes. There used to be tree lined.
Right.
803-0550. All right, back on Keon Coleman. We've got Larry who's got a Bills trade idea. I've got to tell you why Rasmus Dahlin was trending.
Yep.
Do you know why?
I think so.
Okay. Dahlin trending. I mean, come on. I'm a Sabres
I'm
fan.
pretty sure.
I'm immediately clicking like, oh, God, where's he going?
Should I go look? Was there like a trade thing that I didn't see? With someone saying something? I don't know.
We'll get to it. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
That driving stuff and accuracy, is Rory then maybe tough to trust because of what's going on with him? He got a new driver because he had to, and then he shot like an 81 in the practice round because he can't keep it down the middle. Like, is he kind of tough to trust?
Yeah, I wouldn't trust McIlroy this week. Just to catch everybody up on the driver thing. So at the PGA Championship, the USGA, who's one of the rule governing bodies here, who runs this event, at the PGA Championship, they are at events and they test drivers just to make sure that it's within the rules. And it doesn't mean that McIlroy cheated in any way using this driver coming in. It just over time, the club may wear, the grooves may wear, to the point where, or part of the club might get to the point where either the weight or the grooves or something is out of specs. And they say, hey, it's not conforming anymore, and then he just has to replace it. And they do this. They'll test a group of players every single week. McIlroy was upset because his name got out there that it was him, and it's supposed to be confidential because it's not, because instantly the public would jump to, oh, he cheated at the Masters if he used that driver, which is not the case. Again, it could have just been he's hit 14,000 golf balls with that driver, and maybe the face has worn enough on it to the point where they would deem it to be non-conforming, and he has to change. So he has gone back. He used a new tailor-made model. That's the one that he's got a business agreement with, and he's been struggling with it. He went back to an older version of a tailor-made driver that was the exact same model that he used at the Masters. It's obviously just a new version of it so that it can be within the rules.
Yeah, I read that you can have a driver that's conforming when you tee off, and by the time your round's over, it does not conform. Like the changes can happen kind of that quickly from the impacts.
And you're saying like I can't bring in like a full pepperoni pizza.
If you can fit it in a 1-gallon plastic bag, I think you can.
Okay. Oh, but that's what I'm saying. It's got to fit. It's got to fit in that.
Bring it in slices, and yes, you could probably get it.
The flight I was on down to Florida, a lady brought a whole pizza in a plastic bag and just like passed it out to people on the flight.
That's what I
passed it out.
Yeah, I got 2 free pieces of pizza.
She just said, "Who wants pizza?"
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
it was great.
Wait, a random person walks on a flight and says, "Do you want this piece of pizza?"
for the whole flight.
Oh, and you wouldn't take that piece of pizza?
I would not take stranger pizza on a flight.
I think I would take stranger
Her
pizza.
friends were all like, "Yeah, we made it. We're home. It's homemade. It's all." And I was like, "All right, I'll try it."
They got
It
through
was great.
They got through TSA. You know, what are we worried about?
I don't know, man. That seems sketchy.
You're right.
Nice.
You are right. Like as safe as you could be in an environment like that is after going through all of airport security.
That's fair. I guess. Yeah.
But you're right. Like my instinct was I'm good. Thank you. Like,
yeah. I think I would be like, I'll kindly pass on the stranger.
I don't know how good this person is at making pizza. Maybe it's the first time they did it and they screwed something up with the dough. It's gonna make me sick. I don't know.
Right.
You know, the U.S. Open has had events where the scores are expected to be high and the rough is long and the course is tough. Like Shinnecock strikes me as one that we always talk about with this. But maybe it's the age of social media. It feels like they are really setting us up for, no. They really took Oakmont to the next level. Oakmont's tough as it is, and what they've done with this course, I don't know if it's every time it's there that we ask what a 18 handicapper would shoot, but like that is the topic. And I've seen more videos of guys on the practice greens and guys chunking out of the rough. It feels like we are being kind of prepared ahead of time for just how much, finger quotes here, carnage there will be out there.
Yeah, and the players haven't really complained in terms of saying like that it's unfair. I think they're just saying it's super hard. Yes, I've heard that question asked quite a bit this week. And you know, what would that 18 handicapper shoot? And would be seeing a lot of like 150 answers or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the rough. It looks like unless the ball is somehow luckily sitting up, like you're going to have to literally have like maybe a 50-yard advance or maybe just a total sideways advancement. They've done a couple of renovations features to the course from when the last time it was there. They did a renovation in 2023. One thing is they've added more these, like, I guess ditches is what you'll see. It's going to come into play the most on the 9th hole. The 9th hole and the first hole run parallel to each other, and there's a ton of bunkers on the right-hand side of 9, so players, likely are going to be looking left, and there's a ditch in between those holes, but it's closer to the 9th hole. They are just looking to kind of do what a traditional, maybe kind of old school course that we've seen in Scotland or in England, where there are these just like natural-made drainage area ditches that actually over time grow in with grass and heavy rough. So that's what you'll see at times. That's kind of maybe a newer feature than what we've seen in the past from when it was Oakmont.
Already got some guys going through it at the U.S. Open right now. Oakmont through first couple of holes for the early groups. Ludwig Oberg is 2 under par through 2 holes. There are only 4 golfers on the course right now that are under par. Rory is through 1, Schauffele through 1. They both parred on the first hole. The U.S. Open first round today. Last night, you had Game 3 of the NBA Finals. The Pacers take it over the Thunder to take a 2-1 series lead. Tonight is Oilers and Panthers Game 4. Edmonton trailing in the series, looking to even it up. Tonight's game in Florida, 8 o'clock, coverage of the Stanley Cup Final on WGR. You can listen to the game on WGR, presented by Fiegel Car & Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Bills minicamp day number 2 yesterday. Max Hairston pulled up with a little bit of an injury at the end of practice. We don't know how severe it is because practice ended right after he walked off with a trainer. So we'll see if we get an update on that later today. Brandon Beane is expected to meet the media and speak after practice. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Khalil Shakir will lead the Bills in targets, like multiple games this season. And of course, the APY is a little bit bigger, but you got him for 4 years. You have him under team control. And so if he has highly productive seasons, he has that 1,000-yard season, then he might come back and say, hey, I want a pay bump. I want more than Darnell Mooney money. And he'd be right to do so. But there are going to be plenty of games this season against, AFC East contenders, against AFC contenders in the playoffs, in which Shakir is the primary pass catcher for the Bills. And that primary pass catcher for most elite offenses these days runs you up $30 million. And for the Bills, it ran 13. That's just pennies on the dollar. It's unbelievable.
Benjamin Solak of ESPN.
I know he said targets, but how many games last year did Khalil Shakir lead the Bills in yards, would you say?
4.
Receiving yards.
I'd say 4.
Including the playoffs, because he did it against Baltimore. The answer is 7.
Okay. Good.
7 times. But 3 of them were weeks 2, 3, and 4. So almost half were early in the season. Targets, I bet he did lead more than that even.
Yeah. We'll get back to some receiver talk. I want to mention one thing. You tune into us for updates on sports. Maybe tune in to hear us complain about things. I've got a complaint. I'm going to complain about something very quickly.
Go ahead.
Watching the U.S. Open coverage. Listen, the golf is tough. We're seeing it be tough. Your guy, Joe's favorite golfer, the guy that peed.
Not my favorite golfer.
Your favorite golfer, the guy that peed in Rays Creek and wears the upside-down logo on his hats at Augusta.
He shouldn't be wearing an upside down. What's the the fireballs or something? Shouldn't the fireballs logo be upside down?
So he hit a ball and it spun it back from the flag. It hit like 10 feet short of the flag and spun back. And this thing rolled back off the green and probably rolled 100 yards backwards.
Yeah.
Because he put so much sauce on it. Anyway, as it's rolling backwards, how many times do they cut away from a moving ball to show his face and then cut back to the moving ball? Free advice, NBC.
It was at least 5 times.
The ball is still moving. Can we watch the ball?
Yeah.
That's what I'm here for. You want to show his face picture in picture? Fine. The ball is moving. Where's it going? Cut away. I don't know where it went. Are they going to go to a different... to Bryson, too? Stop cutting away from a moving ball.
Right.
There you go. It's my rant. It's my Thursday.
Especially when the guy's facial expression doesn't appear to be changing.
They're not reacting.
If you see the guy start reacting, then you go to it.
Sure.
And you could show us a replay after of it if you really need to. But the ball, we want to see where the ball ends up.
I got to see where the ball ultimately ends up. All right.
Rory just drained a long birdie putt.
Good for him. 803-0550, our phone number. To Solak's point on Shakir, and then we'll get a call in here, and we've talked a little bit about the Bills receivers today because of Keon Coleman, what he spoke about yesterday at mandatory minicamp, saying he felt like he, let's just say in so many words, he's said, I got to be better, and he's motivated to be better. People have noticed, his physical changes. Maybe looks like he's in better shape, stronger, but mentally, he kind of his self-evaluation of his game last year is brutally honest about what he felt like he could do a lot better. On Solak's point about Shakir, the Bills getting their primary pass catcher for the price they did,
could he go back and say he wants more, deserves more? He could. I feel like Shakir, to me, is a version of Coleman, which is the primary pass catchers on other teams that make $30 million are very different players than Khalil Shakir. Like, Shakir is very good at what he does, and the Bills are very good at putting him in positions to do what he does very well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that means he's a $30 million talent, and the idea that the Bills have their primary pass catcher for 13 being a bargain is like, yeah, because he has a different job than Justin Jefferson, and he commands a lot less gravity than A.J. Brown or someone like that. So it's no coincidence. He's not Jamar Chase. The Bills don't have, I mean, it probably goes without saying, like, the Bills don't have a Jamar Chase at $13 million. They've got a guy that, as long as your expectations for him are exactly properly aligned, you probably won't get mad at him. I don't know how many games he's going to take over, but when put in position to make plays, he makes a lot of really big plays. He's a heck of a player. He's really good. So Coleman, to me, can he just be kind of that, but in a different role, right? How the Bills want to use Coleman, he doesn't have to be a perfect player. He doesn't have to be a separation king. He has to win the way that he's going to win, and that might be enough. To point out that separation isn't everything, at NFL's next-gen stats, I went to average separation per play, and Coleman's lowest in the NFL. But you know who else is kind of low on separation is A.J. Brown. Some guys can win in different ways. So
what is the way, though, we think Coleman is going to win?
We think Coleman's going to win being a basketball player on the football field, right? Posting up, and if he can win on slants, which he was good at, and he showed yards after catch, and if he can win on the boundary, and if he can win in the end zone above the rim, then that's that. I don't think you're expecting him to shake loose. I really don't expect him to draw a lot of double coverage, at least not until he really starts to put up huge numbers. So if he kind of just does what he can do and tune some things up, I think he'll be fine.
See, that's where I almost have a fear about, what the ways he'll win, because was it Ian Hart? Somebody had some numbers recently on yards after catch.
He was the number one yards after catch over expected in the NFL.
Yeah, the guy. There was the play against Tennessee, right, where that's one of these plays you're talking about. It's a slant, and he cuts to the inside, and he spins away from his tackler, and he runs for 60 yards. I don't think he made it to the end zone, but
he'd won against Seattle too, I think.
Okay, maybe. He's got. He was a punt returner in college. He's got this ability, I think, with the ball in his hands. And if he can be a guy that wins on slants like that and be like a poor man's Michael Thomas, right? Because that's what Michael Thomas was in New Orleans, right? He was the slant king. He would go up outside. He wouldn't really win down the field, but short stuff. And, he had a big frame. Maybe Coleman would have more than Thomas did in terms of yak stuff. I can get on board with that being really, really valuable. What my fear about, his best thing is going to be, above the rim type plays. One, he wasn't very efficient at that last year. Two, he wasn't very efficient at that in college. He had actually a very poor contested catch rate in college. And three, even if he does get expert at it, becomes one of the best jump ball receivers in the league.
Are they high percentage plays?
That is the least efficient pass in football. Throwing a contested jump ball is the least, even if you are great at it, it's not an efficient play. So, if Josh Allen wants that type of play to be able to check into and have a guy that's capable of that, that's fine. But that, to me, the ceiling of that player then is very, very limited, because your best thing is something that I don't really want to be calling. I don't want to be calling goal line fades. Some of these plays worked, but a lot of others didn't. If it's 3rd and 7, I don't want to be going back shoulder to Keon Coleman with a corner right there. When it works, it's going to look awesome. But there's a lot of times where that's not going to happen because it's just not a high percentage play. So to me, he's gotta give you something else. But this is why I don't want to be totally negative on him. I do think there is something else with him. I think him with the ball in his hands is dangerous.
Yeah, engineering touches.
Yes. And I don't know that it seems like his engineered touches or Josh wants to throw, a jump ball here. And let me put it up there and have him go get the rebound. There's got to be more to it than that. It's not a play you should be calling. It should be an emergency, that type of play.
Well, one thing about that, emergencies and Josh scrambling and
right, like it's his fourth read and nobody's open. What do I do? Keon. But I don't want the first thing. I don't want to go into a play saying I'm going to throw this to Keon, who's going to be right there with the corner and hope he comes away with it.
No, that's right. I don't want that to be, just panic where, your best play is Josh runs around like crazy. But I don't want to take it out of the playbook, and that's one thing where this offense and its getting the ball out of Allen's hands quickly thing is kind of like I think about that last Chiefs drive. And how they ran, and the last two drives, they had the ball. Maybe the last three, they the ball and the lead, and the throws are short. Everything's short. This is where hopefully Elijah Moore and Josh Palmer can help them quite a bit because I only get the superhero Josh plays in the run around throwing the ball when he has the ball long enough to do that. And snap, screen, the magic is gone. Yeah. Like when I call the screen to Amari Cooper on 3rd and 10, it might be a really nice play call, and it was a nice play call, and Cooper kind of slips. We're back in the AFC Championship game here. If I call another pass play that's down the field, I've got the possibility that I get freak show great Josh does something amazing.
Yep.
As soon as I get a zero-step turn throw, I'm saying there will be no Allen magic on this play, and that to me is always a little bit. Like, okay, Joe Brady's done a hell of a job with this offense, and betting on the structure and betting on what they've got out there. I do think this year they're probably better equipped to do some of that betting. Bryson, 1 over through 2, and heading to number 3. Larry in South Florida. Hey, Larry.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I called a couple days ago and wanted to talk about the Sabres, but I also mentioned the Hendrickson trade I heard on ESPN. I want to revisit that. So I want to sweeten the pot a little bit. I am absolutely willing to give up a second-round pick for him. Also, let's add A.J. Epinesa in the deal. Because if we got Hendrickson...
Hold on. I got to go to the board here. A.J. Epinesa has been traded for the 3,000th time this offseason, Larry.
Yeah, great. Hopefully this will be the one that sticks. I was never a fan of his anyway. And also... I wanted to talk. No, I'm like serious about that trade, AJ and our second round pick, because Cincinnati doesn't want to spend the money. They finally did for, the quarterback and the 2 receivers, but they're not going to spend the money elsewhere. AJ's cheap. It gives them. He has flashes of goodness,
Larry.
Greatness.
I think we talked about the Hendrickson trade yesterday. I think if you want to get serious, talk about a first round pick. The Bills' second is the Bills' second is the 60th pick. I mean, no, I don't feel like anybody's running to the Bills for a second-round pick. You want to get serious? Offer a first.
All right, fine. I'll happily give up a first to get Hendrickson, especially where we pick in the first round. The other thing I want to talk about is I love Elijah Moore. I think he's going to add that speed and outside dimension that we've been missing for a while. And I would love to see in the first 10 games Elijah to just light it up, and then the Bills give him a 3-year extension or something like that. Because when he came out in the draft and the Jets got him, I was like, come on. We couldn't have taken him in the late first round or moved up in the second round to get him. So I think that's a guy that, it was just really funny when Brandon did what he did on your show, and then next day you got Elijah Moore at camp, and then they sign him.
Yeah.
So I love the fact that we got Elijah Moore, and I'm looking and expecting great things from him. And again, I would do whatever I need to do to bring Hendrickson on board, because their defenses the Bengals' defense is already weakened, especially losing Pratt. If they lose Hendrickson, as I said the last time I called, that offense still scares the you-know-what out of me. But with Hendrickson, that makes it a little bit more tolerable. And if Boza can ever get on the field for more than 5 games, by the time we play them in Week 14, that could be a defensive menace for the Bengals offense. I'd love to get your opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I love the player. I think he could do a lot for their defense. I haven't thought about Bosa in the context of, well, if they go out and get another whale, because I don't know. I almost feel like, is it too late to get out of that contract if you wanted Trey Hendrickson? Or the Patriots couldn't they have possibly got out of the Diggs one if he had failed the physical? Doesn't matter. I don't think they would do that anyway to a guy. But I like the player. If Cincinnati would take my call, I would want to be in on that. I would want to be in on that. I would want to make that offer. I'd want to make the offer of a first-round pick. And Jeremy's right. You're not going to be able to get in. You're not in the game for a second. Because if he's available, you have to. You need more than just the Bengals to like what you're offering. You need to beat what anybody else would offer. And there are 30 teams in the league that can offer the Bengals a second-round pick that they're going to like more. Because why are they going to take your second-round pick? If the Raiders are offering a second-round pick, well, I'm taking their second-round pick because it's way more likely that their second-round pick is going to be in the 40s and yours is going to be 60th. So if you want to compete with those teams that might make offers for him, then you've got to beat their offers. And the only way that you probably are able to do that is offer a first and hope that nobody else does.
Yeah, that's, to me, if it takes a second, great. Second and Epinesa, who's now been traded for the 3,001st time this offseason.
Has he been traded more than any player from either team ever? Other than the famous Tyler Ennis, Mike Weber, and a second-round pick?
It's either... which Bill was traded the most? Elam?
Elam was traded a lot. Yeah.
Who else did we trade all the time?
Ristolainen?
I mean... That was a 10-year, yeah. No,
but someone that fans would call and say, well, they should trade this guy. I mean, Epinesa, it's been his year to just get traded every day on the show.
Yeah. No, not Edmonds, right?
803-0550. Thanks, Larry.
The guy's got, really what it has to be is somebody that was drafted fairly high that isn't as good as you hoped. Right? That's what it has to be. And I don't know. The Bills don't have a ton of guys that really fit. I don't know. I think Epinesa might take the cake for this.
No. U.S. Open underway. Schauffele. JJ.
You're liking his polo with the diagonal streak that cuts the colors in half?
Sure. Why not?
He's got white on one. What would you call that other color? Like salmon?
Ish.
Salmonish?
Mauve.
Mauve?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that right?
Mauve sounds like a guy that birdies number one and takes the first lead of a major.
It's not mauve.
At 7 o'clock in the morning.
It's not mauve. JJ Spawn currently the leader. Remember, it feels like a year ago, Spawn on the playoff at the Players' Championship with Rory on Monday morning. Spawn and Rory.
And
he put it in the water.
He totally did. Yeah.
On 17. Great moments in hospitality tents. I was thinking about that this morning when Brian Koziel remembered Phil hitting it into the hospitality tent at the Open at Wingfoot.
I watched a breakdown I don't know if this was a new video, but it was the pro at Wingfoot and then whoever was interviewing him from whatever, PGA.com or something. And they went to the 18th hole at Wingfoot. Today, to walk through Phil's hole and what he did. And I don't remember this because everyone always remembers the driver off the tee and him immediately going, oh no, and then puts it into the tent. But he screwed his second shot up too. He could have, I didn't remember this until I watched this video. He had a tree in his way. Which I guess, by the way, today, they've removed that tree. So if he had that same hole today, he would have had a look at the green. He has a tree in his way, and instead of punching it out to the fairway, what does Phil do? The man doubled down. He just hit driver off the tee, put it out of play, and he tries to wrap a shot around the tree. And I think he hits it, and now he's, he hits it and it bounces into the bunker off the left. His shot got screwed up somehow by the tree.
He needed bogey to win?
He needed bogey to... He needed par to win, bogey to stay tied, I think. And I think he doubled. Because he somehow ended up in that bunker because he didn't punch it out and I don't know. There was more he screwed up after that hole. Or after that drive. Look at those church views. Those mounds are actually higher than you think they are. You see them from above, the church pew bunker at Oakmont, and they probably look flat. If you were up against that thing, you wouldn't be I wouldn't be able to get it over it.
So, looking back to this 2006 Open, Mickelson at Winged Foot. I'm reading very quickly a golf article, golf.com, that makes it sound like Rory at the Masters. The difference is that Rory got it across the line, got to the playoff, and won. This article is how he was leaking oil all day. He hit 2 fairways in the final round.
Yeah.
It wasn't just 18. It wasn't like, oh, he's firmly in control. He was falling apart the whole day. So, anyway.
And now he's almost certainly never going to
almost certainly not going to win a U.S. Open. 803-0550 to join us. Happy Thursday. It's nice outside. It's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
Great day to go to a patio. Come on out to Wayland tonight. We'll be there for our fundraiser for the 100 holes of golf. The Courage of Carly Fawn and Live Like Luca, the Luca Kalani Foundation. Got a big raffle going. Autographed helmets from Josh Allen, Cole Beasley, and Von Miller. Autographed J.J. Paterka-Stick. Autographed Tage Thompson. Jersey. A series of foursomes at a lot of the private courses in the area. Got you onto a bunch of private courses. Nate and I have put together a pretty nice... We've got donations, so thank you to everybody that donated. The Bills, the Sabres made donations. A lot of these courses made donations. You can purchase a ticket for $20, and a ticket gets you into every drawing. You can purchase 3 tickets and get 3 tickets in every single drawing. But we'll be there tonight. And if we need one little sweetener to come tonight, we'll have live music. And we'll be at Wayland, which is great. And the patio is going to be great. And there's going to be golf on.
The game will be on, too.
Hockey
eventually.
game tonight. Yeah. And there is going to be one item that is not included in that raffle that is only available for the people that are at Wayland, that I am not at liberty to say what that prize is, but it's a very good one, and Joe knows what it is, and Josh knows what it is.
It's a good one.
It's a good one. So if that's the last thing to get you over the line to come hang out with us, come hang out. If you can't be there, donate. And if you win, you can check out my Twitter for that. If you win, we will ship prizes to you as well. So, donate if you can. It would be greatly appreciated. We're raising money. We're playing 2 weeks from today is when I'm walking this 100 holes. Which every year, this time of year, Joe, I'll step on something. Mm-hmm. I'll get a sliver in my foot, or my leg will hurt. I'm like, oh my god, I gotta get maintenance. Give me the training staff. Make sure I'm ready for my 100 holes. What if I'm on the shelf? I'm like Costanzo when he's the hand model and he's trying not to.
Yeah. That's he's got he's wearing oven mitts, isn't he?
For the next 2 weeks, that's how I operate for the next 2 weeks to make sure I got to be able to walk 35 miles on the 26th. So anyway, we'll talk with Roger Kalani Bodge coming up at 9:30 about the cause and 2 weeks out, tonight's event. We'd love to have you donate. You can go to my Twitter. Also, the website, if you want a direct website, it's let me get the direct website for you because you can just listen to this and donate. The website is give.roswellpark.org/go-to/Jeremy. That'll take you right to the page. give.roswellpark.org/go-to/Jeremy. When we return, we can take more calls on Keon Coleman if you want, Bills receivers. Why was Rasmus Dahlin trending this morning? We'll get to that.
And you're saying I can't bring in a full pepperoni pizza.
If you can fit it in a 1-gallon plastic bag, I think you can.
Okay. Oh, but that's what I'm saying. It's got to fit. It's got to fit in that.
Bring it in slices, and yes, you could probably get it.
The flight I was on down to Florida, a lady brought a whole pizza in a plastic bag and just passed it out to people on the flight.
That's what I
passed it out.
Yeah, I got 2 free pieces of pizza.
She just said, "Who wants pizza?"
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
it was great.
Wait, a random person walks on a flight and says, "You want this piece of pizza
for the whole flight?"
Oh, and you wouldn't take that piece of pizza?
I would not take stranger pizza on a flight.
I think I would take stranger pizza.
Her friends were all like, "Yeah, we made it. We're home. It's homemade. It's all." And I was like, "All right, I'll try it."
It was great. They got through TSA. You know, what are we worried about?
I don't know, man. That seems sketchy.
You're right.
Nice.
You are right. As safe as you could be in an environment like that is after going through all of airport security.
That's fair. I guess. Yeah.
But you're right. My instinct was I'm good. Thank you.
I think I would be like, I'll kindly pass on the stranger.
I don't know how good this person is at making pizza. Maybe it's the first time they did it and they screwed something up with the dough. It's gonna make me sick. I don't know.
Right.
I'm I'm kind of keeping things, and I've done this since they drafted Coleman, who was not my favorite prospect, but there's definitely reason to think he can be very successful with Josh, like a lot of receivers can be successful with Josh. So, can he be their breakout star this year? I want to say yeah. I think he can be. What does that mean? Does that mean what do I need Coleman to be? You know what I need Coleman to be? I need Coleman to be on 4th and 5. They call the play for him in Kansas City. That's what I really want out of this offense. Do I need the best receiver in football? No. But I want someone, and the ball goes to Kincaid there on a prayer. The design play is for Shakir out of the backfield, which is precision-based.
And if it wasn't Shakir, like if in a different world, the protection holds up in that spot. Allen, if I'm thinking back to the play, right, there would have been two options. He would have had Shakir out of the backfield, or Kincaid was breaking open.
Wide open.
Like his route was breaking wide open. Maybe he would have even scored.
Right. The Chiefs busted on the coverage there. Like somebody was in the wrong spot. It's sold as like this all out blitz. I don't think they intended to leave Kincaid that open, but
no, it wasn't at all. But it was all out from one side. Right. The other side kind of dropped back.
So for me, Coleman, like, hey, get to be the guy that, hey, it's 4th and 5. Where's this ball going? Like, we feel comfortable going to the guy that is, our low post warrior. If you can win like that's good by me.
What does that play look like, though, in your mind? Because when I think of a 4th and 5 play where I gotta make sure I get 6-7 yards, I'm thinking of a guy that's winning on the inside, don't I? Like, I'm thinking of what Diggs used to be for the Bills, which was just 1-on-1, and I'm gonna jab step you left, and then I'm gonna cut inside, and I got you.
Right. For Diggs, it was often Diggs and Allen ran a lot of hitches, and like that was like their go-to.
But then there's the Beasley plays over the years that always felt like they worked on those spots. And you're saying, like, I can't bring in, like, a full pepperoni pizza.
If you can fit it in a 1-gallon plastic bag, I think you can.
Okay. Oh, but that's what I'm saying. It's got to fit. It's got to fit in that.
Bring it in slices, and yes, you could probably get it.
The flight I was on down to Florida, a lady brought a whole pizza in a plastic bag and just, like, passed it out to people on the flight.
That's what I
passed it out?
Yeah, I got 2 free pieces of pizza.
She just said, "Who wants pizza?"
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It was great.
Wait, a random person walks on a flight and says, "You want this piece of pizza
for the whole flight?"
Oh, and you wouldn't take that piece of pizza?
I would not take stranger pizza on a flight.
I think I would take stranger pizza.
Her friends were all like, "Yeah, we made it. We're home. It's homemade. It's all." And I was like, "All right, I'll try it."
They got
it was great.
They got through TSA. You know, what are we worried about?
I don't know, man. That seems sketchy.
You're right. You are right. Like, as safe as you could be in an environment like that is after going through all of airport security.
That's fair. I guess, yeah.
But you're right. Like, my instinct was, I'm good, thank you. Like,
yeah, I think I would be like, I'll kindly pass on the stranger pizza.
I don't know how good this person is at making pizza. Maybe it's the first time they did it and they screwed something up with the dough. It's going to make me sick. I don't know.
Right.
U.S. Open early tee times. JJ Spawn is 2 under par. Oakmont, USA is the network where you can watch all of this. Tonight is Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. Panthers and Oilers. Florida leads 2-1. 8 o'clock puck drop. You can listen to the game right here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final on WGR is presented by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation. Perfect fit for your home and wallet. Last night, the Pacers win over the Thunder at home, taking a 2-1 series lead in the NBA Finals. Game 4 for them will be tomorrow night. And Bills minicamp, day 2 yesterday. Max Hairston picked up an injury at the end. We don't know how severe or unsevere it is at this point, as practice ended right after. Sal's got all the details at WGR550.com. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
And Avs could really use one here in the latter stages of period number 1. This is McKinnon. Back to Kale. Walking, looking, shooting, score! Kale McCarr dials it up top shelf.
Cal McCarr, he won the Norris Trophy. Voting came out. We found out Rasmus Dahlin finished 6th.
Yeah.
6th in the Norris.
Which I believe is the highest he's ever finished. Yep. 15th last year, 8th the year before that.
Make the playoffs, and does he win it?
I think the year they make the playoffs, he's going to win the Norris. As long as he hasn't been injured for half the year, and what are the odds they make the playoffs with that? Yeah, if he has, 70 points, 80 points, scores, 16 goals, and the Sabres end the playoff drought, unless Makar has like a 35-goal season or something, which he could, I think Dahlin will win it.
803-0550, our number. So that's why Rasmus Dahlin was trending, because where he finished the Norris voting, which we all learned about.
In a year where he was injured for the first half, right? He didn't miss the whole first half of the year. He missed, 10 games of the losing streak? But he got hurt the first minute of training camp, and then might have been playing through something for a couple of months, and he still ended up finishing 6th. Also, he's scoring a lot now. 37 goals in the last 2 years for a defenseman. Makar scored 30 last year, though, so that's why I say the playoffs should get him it, but Makar scored 30 last year. If Makar scores 35, I think you have to give it to him.
Yeah.
If he scores crazy, ridiculous numbers like that.
803-0550, if you want to give us a call, 1-888-550-2550. At the U.S. Open at Oakmont, Rory just hit a drive 392 yards. I have a question.
That's pretty good, huh?
I tried to search this, and I don't know the answer to this. Because when I searched, has Rory McIlroy played in a scramble with friends? All it gets you is the scramble percentage, which is, getting up and down for par. But do PGA Tour players ever play in scrambles?
No.
Never? Are they above it? Or does it feel like if you did, you'd be cheating? It's unfair. Imagine for a moment you could have Rory playing in a scramble for you.
I think Rory playing in a scramble for you, there'd have to be some handicap to it. He can't hit driver. There, how about that? It's a 4-man scramble, but it's 3 men off the tee. He can't hit driver. We're not letting you hit 350 on every hole. He can hit his irons and he can hit his wedges and putts, but no driver. That makes it a little bit better. It would be totally cheating if he was in a scramble. Also, it wouldn't even be fun, would it?
I think it'd be very fun.
If you're in his group, they'd never use your shots. What's the point? Just watch him.
Yeah.
And I guess that would be fun.
I was going to say, we get to a scramble. Would anyone like Rory McIlroy on their team? And Joe, you're sitting there saying, no thanks, that doesn't sound fun.
I'd want to, yeah.
Well,
what would you rather do? Would you rather win with Rory, or would you rather be the guy who beat Rory?
I would not probably beat Rory, so...
the four of us?
No. Could the four of us...
The four of us are scrambling against Rory by himself.
That's a television event I'd want to watch.
Yeah. I think we could win that.
Is that like Michael Phelps versus the Shark?
I don't know that.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what.
You guys don't remember that? When they had an animated shark swim through the pool? Maybe it wasn't Michael Phelps.
It was an animated shark?
Yeah, they
it wasn't a real
shark,
right?
I do not remember,
I don't remember
Michael Phelps swimming against an animated shark.
I don't remember that either. Was it a cartoon show?
Hold on, we got to get to Josh. Josh is on a roll lately. Josh had a couple of days here. Tell everybody what happened yesterday.
Well, yesterday I thought I was going to play golf with my buddies, but I booked the tee time for the day before, and I get to the pro shop, and I go to check in, and they're like, we don't have tee times today. There's 2 leagues. Everything's booked up. And I was like, what do you mean? I booked the tee time yesterday. What are you talking about? And I look at the receipt, and it says June 10th.
You really did book a tee time yesterday.
Yep. Yep.
4 the day before.
Yeah, I was on a roll yesterday, and I might also be on a roll today. So
yeah,
interesting.
I think this actually happened. Like, I looked up swimming against a shark, and I see Phelps versus shark. Making Michael faster.
I believe you.
He did. Discovery Channel 7 years ago did have Michael Phelps against a shark. How they really did it, though, it wasn't like a live race. It was more like, hey, what would happen, it looks like. So it's not, I don't know. They didn't put a shark in like a cage next to him and then have them race at the same time. I don't believe.
I guess my answer would be I don't think that's like 4 guys playing against Rory.
Well, no, I'm comparing it to like the spectacle of like seeing how things really would look.
How about TGL? I mean, TGL was okay to watch this year. How about instead of TGL, they do 1 pro against 4 people that enter to win, and it's the 4 against the pro in the scramble. The thing about that is it would take forever. It'd be boring to wait for 4 guys to hit a shot. And it probably wouldn't be all that compelling unless you were one of the people
that
involved.
Could be a good, like YouTube golf has things like that.
Beat the pros kind of thing?
Yeah, like I've seen, actually maybe they did this. The Bob Does Sports guys maybe played 3-on-1 against Bryson. I think they might have even done that. So maybe we wouldn't be the first to this.
There was also Bryson using junior clubs and someone using regular clubs who would win.
What's more likely, the 4 of us could beat Rory in a scramble, or the 4 of us together could tackle Derrick Henry?
Rory.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I am definitely on the other side.
You think the 4 of us could tackle Derrick Henry?
Oh, no, sorry. Okay, we do agree then. Sorry.
Sorry. We're more likely to beat Rory in a scramble than we are to tackle Derrick. The 4 of us could not tackle Derrick Henry. Physically,
full pads.
Could not happen.
You don't think we're talking about all 4 of us
all 4
at
of us
once?
at the same time?
Yeah, I don't think so.
You don't think I could just lay down in front of him? I'm a big
You're
dude.
relatively large. Here's what happened.
Owen would be the sacrificial. Like he might not make it out of there alive.
No,
but he's going to help us bring him down.
This would be like John Wick. Like he would put each of us down one at a time, and we'd be unconscious. He threw Josh Norman across the field.
In those movies, like we would be smart enough to know, like, you know, like while Owen goes at him, we all stand in the back and wait for him to be thrown down, and then we go.
No.
One at a time. That's how those movies go.
There's no doubt in my mind 2 of us would end up unconscious and 1 would run away.
But see, it
wouldn't happen.
But if one can be unconscious if we still tackle him.
We got to get. Let's bring in Gene Steratore here. Gene, did the knee touch? Was he down by contact?
This is like the 100 guys versus a gorilla thing. Same idea.
Right, like was that online fight? Could you fight? What was it?
It was 100 guys versus a gorilla.
100 human men versus 1 silverback gorilla.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's the same idea, I think.
Listen, Rory. I think Rory is my answer. We would beat Rory. So, okay.
I think I like our chances to.
That's like we're playing LeBron 4-on-1. He'd beat us.
Well, yeah.
He'd beat us.
We don't have a right. I can't dream up a way where we would win that. I can dream up we sacrifice Owen to just grab Derrick Henry and then the rest of us go for the legs or
I'll
whatever.
sacrifice a shoulder for the rest of my life.
I'm not saying we will not all have bones broken by this process, but I think we could tackle him.
I feel like they'd put a stop to it once I've got one broken bone. I'm going to stop trying to tackle him. Does he have a line to gain? Does he have a line to gain? Like, does he get into the end zone? Because that stops the play too. A first down. Anyway, We're watching the Open. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us, Jeremy and Joe.
A lot of guys under par right now.
Yeah, a lot of guys under par.
It's early.
Yeah, 2% of all players ever at Oakmont have finished under par. Edmonton guest at 9 o'clock. The latest on the Oilers and the Panthers. Game 4 on the way tonight. Jeremy and Joe, you can give us a ring here on WGR. Jeremy White here for AAA to tell you about AAA Insurance and what AAA offers when it comes to saving you money or making sure you don't have any gaps in coverage. With AAA Insurance, first, an injury scare for Max Airston?
Yeah, and we don't know how much of a scare it is. It could be something. It could be nothing. He, at the end of practice, Max Harrison kind of took himself out of a team drill, just walked over to trainers and did not take a rep, and they were talking, and they were looking at what appeared to be maybe the left lower knee area, the lower legs in that area, the mid-range part. And head trainer Nate Bresky, head athletic trainer Nate Bresky and him were talking, and Nate was kind of pointing to something down there and looking, and he was walking, and he never was being helped anywhere. He was walking on his own power, which is good news, but he was explaining something as they walked together. Right when that happened, the horn blew to end practice. It was scheduled horn blow. It wasn't like, okay, Max Harrison's hurt, we're going to end practice, right?
Right.
It was the timing of it. It was literally right at 2:30, I would say, because that's when they ended. And he and they talked for a little while as everybody started coming in, and they came in a little bit after them, but together and walked in together. So what does that mean? We'll find out today as far as if he's out there or not. A lot of times, now I would say this, we could get out there today, they practice at 11. You might not have Max Harrison practicing today. That doesn't mean anything significantly wrong with him. Anybody who's having any issue at all, they're being super precautious with this week, as you guys know. I mean, there's a lot of guys out there, a lot of guys who aren't out there on the field practicing who are dealing with something, but Sean McDermott said none of them have any concerns as far as he is concerned with missing any training camp time. That just tells you, hey, something's going on. We don't want to re-aggravate or injure anything. We want everybody ready for camp. So it's possible we don't see Max Harrison today. I think we're going to hear maybe from Brandon Beane after practice. So either way, that'd be a good chance to ask him a little bit about that. But we'll see where this goes, I guess. And, we're going to be waiting on that.
I started digging into some running back stats. What I was looking for was Cook's drop percentage because I think you told me it got a lot better last year.
It did. I could find that very quickly for you, but I think when I saw it the other day, it was 11% 2 years ago, and
Down
this
to
past
5?
year it was 5.
Yeah, manageable.
Yeah.
So what I found was not that. I looked for that, and I gave up because I found something interesting.
Okay.
The top 5 running backs in yards after contact.
Okay.
Per attempt. Who are the top 5 NFL running backs in yards after contact per attempt?
Yards after contact per attempt.
Top 5 NFL running backs last season.
After contact.
Yep, after contact.
Derrick Henry.
Number 1.
Yeah.
2.8 yards per contact.
Saquon? He ran through a lot of open holes. But he also broke a lot of big runs. Saquon.
No.
Wow. I guess there were a lot of open holes.
He is 6th.
Okay, that's pretty good.
So the top 5 backs, fun fact here, the next 4 are all tied at number 2.
Oh, okay.
So Henry, 2.8. The next 4 are all even at 2.4 yards after contact per run. Who are those 4 running backs?
Jonathan Taylor.
No.
Breece Hall.
No.
Josh Jacobs.
Yes. 2.4 yards after contact per attempt. He has the lowest yards before contact of this group. Jacobs. Okay. You got Henry 1. Jacobs is tied for 2. 3 others are tied for 2nd.
What about Bucky Irving?
No.
He had a really good year, though. All right.
Might be a minimum number of attempts here, but no.
Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yes.
Yeah.
2.4 yards after contact per attempt.
Okay. Oh, what about your boy Bijan?
Correct.
Yeah.
Henry, Gibbs, Bijan, Jacobs. One more.
Is it gettable? Is it hard?
It's gettable.
All right. Devin Achane had a bad year. It's not going to be him. What about Kyron Williams?
Kyron Williams is 7th in this. No.
James Conner?
No.
Did I guess Cook already?
You did not.
Cook.
Yes.
Oh, duh. Forgot I didn't guess Cook.
So yesterday, Joe, we found this Noco pen in the studio.
Yeah, right here. This is my birthday present.
Yeah, I gave you a Noco pen for your birthday. And then along the way, I learned something. We talked about how, like, Noco, they used to have a bunch of gas stations, and they are very much, as Josh correctly pointed out, they're very much still around. Mm-hmm. So we will make the Noco pen our official pen in which we sign terms on the bet board. How do you like that? Good idea? Well, because the bet goes on the bet goes on the bet board, and then we will sign an agreement with the Noco pen on terms of said bets and things like that. Because
okay,
I feel like it's important.
Okay, good. You're not trying to write on the bet board with this pen. I don't think that would work.
I want the Noco pen to have a role here.
Okay,
the Noco pen.
So we've decided. Does that mean we've decided an agreement for all of the bets that are already up there? We might
want to revisit terms. Yeah, that Noco pen. Noco.
We do need. I gotta erase that James Cook one, unless we find out that it was just Dalvin in disguise.
Oh yeah, James Cook at Minicamp. We got that. Yeah. Noco, a full-service residential and commercial energy company, still around. They help homeowners and business owners save energy and money with a range of services like heating and cooling, geothermal heat pumps, generators, insulation, and more. You can visit noco.com for details. We learned from yesterday that they're still around, still helping people, and they're helping us with that pen.
It's a good pen.
It is your birthday present. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
How's life in your 30s?
I got a new golf speaker also for my birthday, which is a great gift.
Does your back hurt yet?
No. I did. I started running with the dog yesterday, and I thought my knee feels a little tight. I'm like, no. This is just my own brain pulling tricks on me.
Running with the dog. I've done that before.
That dog, he thinks he's faster than me. I can outrun him. Still,
that dog is definitely faster than you.
He's not as fast as he thinks he is.
He doesn't ever open it up. When you're running with your dog, the dog doesn't.
He's
open
a golden doodle. He's not not the most athletic breed.
Would he beat you with the 3-cone?
No, he's
not agile.
You know why? Because he thinks he'll fall. They're notoriously floppy,
clumsy.
Yeah, clumsy. This dog, if you throw him, the best dog in the world, but if you throw him a ball, 40% of the time, it's hitting him right in the head. Just completely miss it.
Yeah.
Like, the catch percentage for the golden doodle is the lowest of the dogs, I would say.
Not really.
Big drop problems.
They don't have impressive performances at the combine?
No.
I've run with the dog. Running with the dog is... You got the dog.
Like your dog, Goose, I would not even... I wouldn't even start.
Goose
put me to shame in a second.
I bet Goose could walk out of bed today and run a half marathon with somebody.
Yeah?
Yeah. He's gone on 25-mile hikes and come home and been like, let's hang out, let's play.
Yeah.
I bet he could run a half marathon today. He's bulked up a little bit. He did it for the combine.
He's not running half marathons enough, I guess.
He maybe should. He does miles a day as it is. All right, what else? Oh, checking in Edmonton, or Florida tonight, coming up next.
Tom Gazzola is going to join us from Edmonton. He is there, I believe, in South Florida. Series tonight.
The big question
continues.
about tonight and about this series, the question in the short term right now for tonight in Edmonton and Florida is, was Game 3 just a blip?
Right.
And Edmonton is not going to be outclassed in this series. Even if they were outclassed again tonight, and they go back to Edmonton down 3-1. Like, if you're the Oilers, you have a very clear message. Like, we were down 3-0 last year and forced Game 7. So, kind of because of that, I almost feel like, I'd like Edmonton to win tonight and tie the series at 2. But if they don't, I don't think you can bury Edmonton until it's really over. To have come back from 3-0 to force Game 7 and lose by 1 would say they're not dead till they're dead. And I would imagine that's a message also Florida's going to have. Pretty well going into tonight. So Game 4 on the way tonight. We'll be watching it from Wayland. So come join us. 8 o'clock tonight. Our Wayland party, fundraiser, lots of fun, patio, music, sports, good stuff. Jeremy and Joe, you can join us. We'll check in with the Stanley Cup Final when we return here on WGR. I'm kind of keeping things, and I've done this since they drafted Coleman, who was not my favorite prospect, but there's definitely reason to think he can be very successful with Josh, like a lot of receivers can be successful with Josh. So
Can he be their breakout star this year? I want to say yeah. I think he can be. What does that mean? Does that mean what do I need Coleman to be? You know what I need Coleman to be? I need Coleman to be on 4th and 5. They call the play for him in Kansas City. That's what I really want out of this offense. Do I need the best receiver in football? No. But I want someone, and the ball goes to Kincaid there on a prayer. The design play is for Shakir out of the backfield, which is precision based.
And if it wasn't Shakir, like if in a different world, the protection holds up in that spot. Allen, if I'm thinking back to the play, right, there would have been two options. He would have had Shakir out of the backfield, or Kincaid was breaking open.
Wide open.
Like his route was breaking wide open. Maybe he would have even scored.
Right. The Chiefs busted on the coverage there. Like somebody was in the wrong spot. It's sold as like this all-out blitz. I don't think they intended to leave Kincaid that open, but
no, it wasn't at all. But it was all out from one side. Right. The other side kind of dropped back.
So for me, Coleman, like, hey, get to be the guy that, hey, it's 4th and 5. Where's this ball going? Like, we feel comfortable going to the guy that is, our low post warrior. If you can win like that's good by me.
What does that play look like, though, in your mind? Because when I think of a 4th and 5 play where I gotta make sure I get 6-7 yards, I'm thinking of a guy that's winning on the inside, don't I? Like, I'm thinking of what Diggs used to be for the Bills, which was just 1-on-1, and I'm gonna jab step you left, and then I'm gonna cut inside, and I got you.
Right. For Diggs, it was often Diggs and Allen ran a lot of hitches, and like that was like their go-to.
But then there's the Beasley plays over the years that always felt like they worked on those spots.
The U.S. Open has had events where the scores are expected to be high and the rough is long and the course is tough. Like Shinnecock strikes me as one that we always talk about with this. But maybe it's the age of social media. It feels like they are really setting us up for, no. They really took Oakmont to the next level. Oakmont's tough as it is, and what they've done with this course, I don't know if it's every time it's there that we ask what a 18 handicapper would shoot, but like that is the topic. And I've seen more videos of guys on the practice screens and guys chunking out of the rough. It feels like we are being kind of prepared ahead of time for just how much, finger quotes here, carnage there will be out there.
Yeah, and the players haven't really complained in terms of saying like that it's unfair. I think they're just saying it's super hard. Yes, I've heard that question asked quite a bit this week. And what would that 18 handicapper shoot? And would be seeing a lot of like 150 answers or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the rough. It looks like unless the ball is somehow luckily setting up, like you're going to have to literally have like maybe a 50-yard advance or maybe just a total sideways advancement. They've done a couple of renovations features to the course from when the last time it was there. They did a renovation in 2023. One thing is they've added more these, like, I guess ditches is what you'll see. It's going to come into play the most on the 9th hole. The 9th hole and the first hole run parallel to each other, and there's a ton of bunkers on the right-hand side of 9, so players, likely are going to be looking left, and there's a ditch in between those holes, but it's closer to the 9th hole. They are just looking to kind of do what a traditional, maybe kind of old school course that we've seen in Scotland or in England, where there are these just like natural-made drainage area ditches that actually over time grow in with grass and heavy rough. So that's what you'll see at times. That's kind of maybe a newer feature than what we've seen in the past from when it was Oakmont.
Another birdie for Rory. 2 under par. McIlroy and Spawn are in the lead very, very, very early here at the U.S. Open at Oakmont, round 1 this morning. Tonight, Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. We'll talk more about it with Tom Gazzola coming up next. 8 o'clock tonight, you can listen right here on WGR. Coverage of the Stanley Cup Final on WGR, presented by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Bills minicamp yesterday. Looked like first-round rookie Maxwell Harrison picked up an injury at the end of practice. It was literally right at the end of practice, so we don't know if he would have gone back in or not. See if we get more details on that today. The Pacers win Game 3 of the NBA Finals. They take a 2-1 series lead over Oklahoma City. Game 4 tomorrow night. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Players today are always looking for answers and finding out what the best message is to give to them. So, we're in the Stanley Cup Finals. It's a little bit different than if it was a dog day game in December or January, where it's mid-season and it's tough to get going for when you're on the road. We're in the Stanley Cup Finals, so motivation isn't quite the same level. Obviously, I think the most important thing is having focus and direction for the players to go out and play at their best.
Chris Knobloch, head coach of the Edmonton Oilers, just watched Xander hit a shot out of the rough into the rough.
Okay, that's what happened. Because I was watching him, then I looked down, and then I looked back up, and there was a zoom in of really tall grass.
Yeah, that's where he landed.
So I'm assuming that's where he hit it?
Yep. He tried to hit it, 150 yards and hit it 110.
Okay, now he's in jail, basically.
Came out pretty thick there. So the rough at Oakmont is, living up to the expectation so far. Early action from Pittsburgh. We'll keep updated on what's going on. Yeah, he went from a bad spot to a worse spot.
Yep.
803-0550, round 1 of the U.S. Open. Tom Gazzola joins us on the Western Hotline, host of the Oil Stream pre- and post-game show, and co-host of the Hello Hockey Show. We're talking Stanley Cup Final tonight. Game 4. Tom, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Thanks for taking some time today.
Morning, guys. Good to be back on.
What do you think of Game 3? Is it a sign of a problem for Edmonton? Is it a blip? Did it get away from a game that wasn't as one-sided as that, kind of got away? What do you make of Game 3?
Well, Game 3 was a disaster for the Oilers, obviously. We'll start with that. There's a lot of panic around Edmonton after that one. That's 2 straight losses. All the confidence after Game 1 out the window for the fan base. But Joe can attest, and I've told him many times, that the fan base here can be fickle. So that's one thing. But it really, you know what, we even saw this between these two teams last year. The Oilers beat Florida 8-1 in a game. They beat them 5-1 in a game. The Panthers still managed to go and win the Stanley Cup. You got to flush it. Edmonton got goaded into playing rat hockey, as we like to say up here, because that's what the Panthers are so good at. And I truly believe, I said it on our post-game show the other night, that it started with the penalties. Evander Kane takes 2 offensive zone penalties, bad time, and they got burned. Leon Draisaitl hops on the ice at the wrong time. At one point, the Oilers had 7 players on the ice. You can't do that. That shows a lack of focus. You're listening to Chris Knobloch at the top of the segment there in his clip, and the Oilers didn't have focus in Game 3, and all their attention was diverted towards trying to get their pound of flesh from the Panthers. So that was bad. And then you could even mix in the Victor Arvidsson goalie interference penalty. It was light. Bobrovsky sold it, but the fact of the matter is the refs bid on it, and it was costly. And I know the Panthers did take a bunch of penalties in the first period as well, but by then Edmonton was already kind of sidetracked, and it continued that way. So that's a game you have to flush. And I look at this one instance on the ice where they were there's a low cam pan across the ice, and you catch Leon Draisaitl in the background. He has his lips puckered, and he's kind of nodding with this anger in his face and in his expression. And I'm like, that's not a good sign for the Panthers. If he's kind of taking this all in and he's getting pissed off, then he's going to come back strong in Game 4 alongside Connor McDavid. So that's one I think I flush. I understand where the panic comes from when it comes to the fan base, but this is going to be a long series, you guys.
Yeah, Tom, the guy I would wonder the most about, like as you say, gets sucked into like rat hockey. The one guy I'm wondering if he can go the series without having that happen to him every time is Kane. Because, I mean, there's a history there, right, with him and Tkachuk, right? Like, Tkachuk's made fun of his bankruptcy, and there's, like, a social media story about Kane's ex-wife and Tkachuk. Like, there's history between those two, and, I mean, we saw Kane here. He definitely feels like someone that could easily be sucked into that.
Yeah, good call, Joe. he does get caught up in that type of thing. And listen, his intention was good, right? You want to be physical. You want to get on Brad Marchand, but Brad Marchand's like 5'7" on a good day. Evander Kane's 6'2", and he's got his stick up around Brad Marchand's lips. What do you think's going to happen? As soon as Marchand feels a stick, he's going to kick his head back and make it seem like he got shot. And the refs see that, and they call it. That does happen. So Kane needs to play like he did back in 2022 against the Flames, where he was all over Matthew Tkachuk. Now, there's some talk around our studios, and not many people around the city have talked about it, but back in 2022 when Tkachuk was a Flame and Kane basically nullified him in that series that the Oilers won in the second round, it was Tkachuk, and that was pretty much it. Now he's got like a group of guys that can play that jerk style of hockey, and if you go after one, a bunch of them will still, it's like a pack mentality. They'll still be effective, and they'll still get under your skin. Sam Bennett, Brad Marchand, we're watching Aaron Ekblad play like a bit of an a-hole out there. So you want to copy what happened in 2022, especially if you're Evander Kane, but I think it's a little bit more difficult. And I said it, and I still believe it. He kind of set the tone in the wrong direction for the Oilers, and they just continued to go off and try to get their pound of flesh, and it ended up burning them really bad.
No points for McDavid or Draisaitl in that game, the 6-1 game in Game 3, which does not happen often. But is there anything to, you think, that when the Panthers are at home, getting the matchup, and how they can defend those two, or would you expect that, maybe that's the only game of the series we see where they're both held pointless?
Yeah, I think it's the latter, because those two, McDavid and Draisaitl, had a pretty strong start to the series in the two games at home. Listen, there's no denying that it gets tougher, and the situation for the home team in terms of matchups gets easier. So you got to find a way to persevere, get through it. And I think the one thing that McDavid and Draisaitl and the Oilers have been good at is adapting, finding ways to or solutions to problems and dilemmas, and that's where Chris Knobloch has really earned his keep. Is he always seems to have an answer to whatever situation is thrown at him, and we haven't seen McDavid and Draisaitl held off the score sheet together very often. Kudos to the Florida Panthers for doing that. They did play a good game, and like I said, the Oilers got off on the wrong side of the bed when they started that game with all the penalties. But yeah, I think those two should be better. They're going to have to find a way to break through. They usually do, and you know what, the Panthers might try to throw a few different wrinkles at the Oilers, but I do expect a good bounce back from McDavid, Draisaitl, and the entire team, depth included.
How tight would you consider Stuart Skinner's leash to be right now?
I was just going to ask.
Yeah.
It feels like it's a coin flip whether or not you're going to get a game from him that's going to be good or bad, right? I mean, like the stat earlier in the playoffs was it was shutout or sub 900. Is there any confidence there in Skinner, or is there confidence knowing like it's in there somewhere?
It has been there, and it should be there. And yes, he's going to be their goalie. I'm assuming. I know that Chris Knobloch wouldn't commit to goalie yesterday, but there's up here in Canada, there's been this storyline that Stu Skinner is Mr. Game 4. He's the best all time in NHL history in Game 4. 6-0, 2 shutouts, like a 120 GAA, 950 plus save percentage. So I don't know why you wouldn't go away from him. Listen, he wasn't good in Game 3. The whole team was awful. I don't know what he was doing on that first Brad Marchand goal 56 seconds in. It looked like he was swimming in his crease. And usually that's a bad tell for Skinner in a game, is if he's kind of flopping all over. When he's compact, direct movements, tight in his crease is when he's at his best. He did that against Dallas. He did that against Vegas when he got back into the series. He made some huge saves in Game 1. I thought he was actually half decent in Game 2. And then in Game 3, like, everybody was just a mess. But, yeah, it's fair to say he probably has a short leash. But the thing, too, is, and Calvin Pickard has a 6-game winning streak in the playoffs, you guys. He wasn't particularly great. Like, his games weren't awesome, and he wasn't stealing them for the Oilers. What he was doing was he was battling. He was making a timely breakaway save, and then, late in games, he was coming up big with a few saves here and there. But he was letting in some stinkers. That goal that Rodriguez scored when Pickard went in the other night, that wasn't a particularly good goal. So it's not like they have this secret weapon in Calvin Pickard. They're going to need Stuart Skinner to be better. They're going to need him to live up to this Mr. Game 4 thing that he kind of has going. And he does have a track record of getting better as series progress in the playoffs. And so as we start to get into the latter part of this Stanley Cup final, the expectation is Stu Skinner elevates his game. If he doesn't, they're in big trouble, and they'll probably look to Calvin Pickard pretty quickly.
On the Panthers end of it, Tom, do they feel even like they get so much credit for how deep of a unit they are? Do they feel even deeper than they were last year in the finals? And how much of that might just be that they have Marchand and he's been playing well?
Yeah, well, Joe, legit, they do feel better. Like, the Oilers got better and the Panthers got better. And we were saying it here, getting ready for the series, like, these two teams are built for the Stanley Cup final. They didn't have these fantastic regular seasons. They had good regular seasons. I don't even think the Panthers got to 100 points, but it didn't matter once the playoffs started. It took the Oilers a couple games to click into high gear, but these two teams, they just know how to win, and they were built for this. And when you look at the Panthers, like, Louis Storinen and Lundell have been good with Marchand. We're talking about that line being a good top 6 line, let alone a third line for the Panthers. And then Bennett's game has been elevated, and Reinhart with some timely goals. And, Barkov's been quiet in this series, but it doesn't matter because other guys are chipping in. They're getting contributions from their back end, and Ekblad and Jones, and even Nate Schmidt's putting together a decent Stanley Cup final offensively. So, yeah, they do have a ton of depth. And when you look at this team with the Florida Panthers, you go, damn, they're pretty good, and there aren't a lot of weaknesses or holes to expose. And the fourth line, if any, whenever they get out there, you can look at it and be like, yeah, that's one area they might want to be better. But the Panthers are good, and you're gonna have to force their hand. You're in a dogfight in them every single game, and you know what? As soon as you kind of slip up, they expose you, and that's pretty much what happened in Game 3.
Tom Gazzola on the Oilers and Panthers tonight, Game 4. Tom, thanks very much. Enjoy, and best of luck to Edmonton.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right. I read an article about the Panthers and how some teams will take the wrong message from what Florida has done. Because what has Florida done? Like, they play. He mentioned rat hockey and how they play with that edge and they play physical, and they do.
Yep, they'll beat the snot out of you.
But the key difference, the key point is, scorers do it.
Right.
They have no wasted space.
No,
none.
Like, their fourth line is like a couple of goony guys, but like they play 9 minutes a night.
No, and that's not what. Why do they win?
That's not why they win anyway.
Bennett, who scores, and everybody scores.
Kachuk,
everybody scores,
and Marchand scores, and Verhaeghe, almost everybody.
Everybody scores. Everybody. They not only
the only two scorers you would say don't have like an edge to them are Barkov and Reinhart, and if you watch them, that's the type of stuff that can be infectious. Like, if you got a couple of other guys that play that way, you see Barkov and Reinhart in stuff more than you would see them probably on other teams. But, all the good players, they have good players.
Yep.
They have so many good players. That beyond just what do they do after a whistle?
Justin Bourne, Sportsnet, wrote this piece.
It says, you like toughness, they led the NHL in penalty minutes. You like offense, they're first in the Stanley Cup playoffs in goals, and they've scored 5+ in 8 of 11. So
crazy.
His article is basically saying, whatever you like, you're going to say the Panthers have it. And what he points out is heavy players, dump and chase, that's not it. Look at all these players. Tkachuk has a 109-point season. Barkov has a 96-point season. Reinhart got 57 goals and 94 points. Verhaeghe, 33 goals in 89 playoff games with 74 points in 89 playoff games. Again and again, you've got guys that score. Their Selke guy is a scorer. They're not just offensive talents. They play the full ice. What you have is, you might have GMs say like, yeah, I need a guy that will check like that player and a guy that will play defense like that player. But the Panthers have guys like that score. They really have a team of guys that do everything well. They can play any type of game. Mm-hmm. You want to bring them into a shootout, they'll get you in a shootout. You want to play a defensive game, they'll do that.
Right.
And their goalie's great.
They've
built it all. They have everything you need. And
what's amazing is you can look at, actually, Blaze, how far down, where do you think, would you say Barkov's their best player? I would say that. I think Barkov's their best player.
Yeah, yes.
If I were starting a franchise today and I'd get to pick one player off the Florida Panthers, I'd pick Alex Barkov. Do you know where he ranks in Conn Smythe odds for them right now?
Oh, like 7th?
It's 4th. Tkachuk is 6th.
Yeah.
Reinhart, who scored 57 goals last year, he's 7th. The top 3 are...
Bennett?
Yeah, Bennett's number 1. He's the favorite for the whole series. Bobrovsky's 3rd.
And number 2 is...
Number 2, who is the 3rd leading favorite for the Conn Smythe right now, plus 375.
Marchand.
Brad Marchand.
Right.
Him being added really does just like...
And Marchand...
It makes it almost look unfair because he's 37, but he still is really good, and he's on the 3rd line. Yeah. With 2 other young guys that... Like Lundell and Lutzerainen are... They're good. Like on a lot of other teams, they almost remember, the Sabres in 06 and 07 when they had their veterans up top like Breer and Drury who are awesome, but then you just got this 3rd line with a couple kids on it, Roy and Vanek. Like, not saying one of those 2 are as good as Vanek will be, but they got these 2 young kids who are probably awesome and could play at the top of lineups, but they don't even need it because they have so many studs above them.
Marchand, who has a 100-point season to his credit. 80-point seasons, multiple 80-point seasons, 4 of them.
It's a great deadline move.
He's not in his prime, but yeah, that's the point. Like if you play that style of game, the Panthers aren't getting out of bed for you unless you also have scored a lot. Yeah. And it's all in there, the total package. So,
right, but the lesson should be, I wonder which teams. Some teams will take different lessons. Are you going to try to build? Like, wouldn't you think? Like Toronto, for instance, especially. Toronto is going to make the mistake, I think. I think they're going to try to build the wrong parts of the Panthers. They're going to... Well, one, they're going to pay Sam Bennett $10 million a year.
But Bennett's one of the right parts. He scores.
He scores, but...
He's a player that does...
But he doesn't score enough to warrant the contract he's about to get. He's going to get the contract he's about to get because of the culture stuff and because of the grittiness and the toughness and the all-around game. I mean, he is scoring, but the man has scored more than 20 goals twice in 11 years. Mm-hmm. And he's going to get, what, Marner money?
No, I don't think so.
Or not Marner money.
Marner's going to get 14.
Who gets $10 million in the year? He's going to get Eichel money. Right? He's going to get the money of a number 1 center. And he's a good player, but his career high in points is 51. Like, let's slow down. Someone's going to go way higher than they should for him, not because of him scoring. They're going to do it because of that dude's going to change the attitude of our team. That's why we're giving him $10 million. Not because he scores 25 goals. Like, I wouldn't want the Sabres to sign him because of that, to that money. Because I would think they would be doing it for the culture part of it. And for the grittiness, not because he scores, a few goals.
I am very worried the Sabres will take the wrong lesson. The Sabres have taken the wrong lesson about being tough to play against for a decade. Right?
Right. Whenever
going back to drafting Ristolainen, they set themselves on a course of how important it was to be tough to play against, and then the one year they were an amazing scoring team, missed the playoff by a point, they said that's not okay.
Right.
We have to be tougher to play against. So I'm always afraid the Sabres are going to be one of the teams that takes the wrong message out of it.
Right.
I mean, then again, the message for the Panthers is just be awesome at everything. What's Edmonton's message? Edmonton is have great players and score goals.
Yeah.
Get carried by two incredible players and try to not be a complete tire fire around them.
It is worth noting they are also missing a 50-goal scorer on their top line.
Hyman, yep.
Yeah.
That's right. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe, happy Thursday. What else is going on? What else? What else happened yesterday?
I think should I finally close this tab on the film plays from the Bills Chiefs AFC Championship game? I should probably do that.
You've been watching that?
It's just been on in the background since we talked about Coleman earlier. I'm gonna close it. Who needs to just have that on a loop on June 12th? We've not discussed the NBA from last night at all, and very quickly, as someone that bet the Thunder before I'd like to win the series after Game 2, thinking, okay, here we go. Like I got in on, okay, Pacers could hang, and this could be a closer series than people think, but they're not going to win it.
Are you nervous?
They looked super impressive last night.
I kind of wonder when the Pacers will become favorites. If they go up 3-1, are they favorites?
Ooh, that's a good. If they go up 3-1,
because they're not favorites right now, right? They're up 2-1.
I think
at home, and they are still dogs to win the series.
Yeah, I think they'd have to be at 3-1.
It would be incredible if they weren't.
Right now, it's minus 230 for the Thunder.
You know, you say they would have to be. Yet we're about to watch the U.S. Open. Scotty Scheffler, when he's down 5 strokes, is the favorite.
That's right.
In these tournaments.
Yeah.
That happens all the time.
Yeah.
And the Thunder were thought to be.
But he's not minus money. It's not like.
That's right. Not minus money. That's right.
But it's true.
But
like
if you put him,
he'll be at the best odds.
But if you put him head to head with the guy in the lead, down 5 with 10 to play, he might be minus money.
In some
of these tournaments, depending on who that guy might be.
No, that's a good point.
But if they're up 3-1. Are they favorites? I just want to watch the series odds. I want to know the moment it ticks over to Indiana up 3-1 and up at halftime in Game 5.
Because wouldn't it be incredible if they weren't favorites at 3-1? Which, minus 230, I guess the Thunder could still be favored at 3-1. If they were, and then the Pacers won it in 5, which at the beginning of the series would have sounded like nuts.
Right, crazy.
I got to bet there has never been a champion in a 7-game series who has ever won the series without ever being favored to win the series. There's no way that's ever happened. There's no way. Although that would say that no team has ever been favored down 3-1, which I can believe. I could believe that no team in either sport's ever been favored down 3-1.
I want to see it
The
happen.
Cavs were certainly not favored when they were down 3-1.
Of course not. No way.
Yeah, I don't think anybody has been.
803-0550, our phone number. We'll get a break in.
There's a guy named Benedict, by the way, last night that was hitting
27 points off the bench?
Yeah, for Benedict. He's from Montreal. Benedict from Montreal leading in the NBA Finals in scoring. It's funny.
JJ Spawn, 2-stroke lead at the U.S. Open.
4 under.
4 under. I saw some context on this. So one thing about this, when you see, hey, the scores are low. I thought this was going to be tough. They are. So right now, the No Laying Up podcast, they tweeted out this. 66 guys on the course, only 11 are under par. The conditions are flawless. The low scores are the people that are on the back 9, which is the easier side, like Rory and Spawn, I think, are on the back. And both sides of the course start easy and finish hard. So these scores here, they won't last.
No.
Really,
they won't.
There are less than 11 guys under par at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 8 guys under par.
Yep. NFL news from the last 10 minutes. Adam Schefter says that Shamar Stewart, the Bengals' unsigned first-round pick, has now left Bengals minicamp. Exit. He's out. No contract done. He was there, and now he's gone. If Cook left today, you would still win the bet. You would still win the bet.
Yeah, he was at minicamp,
but then he left.
Well, he's going to leave when it's over too.
Okay, fair. Well, Stewart's gone. Mike Florio wrote today that he could, if he wanted to, sit out the season and re-enter the 2026 NFL draft. Which, 1, never going to happen. 2, that would be so funny though if it did.
It'd be great.
But you would have. Imagine if that happened. The Bengals would have used a first-round pick for nothing.
Wouldn't
they would have lost the first-round pick?
Wouldn't the NFL at large punish him?
Who?
Stewart.
Like if he did that?
Yeah. And say, I got to wonder if this guy loves the game enough. Who are you to do something like that? I know it's the Bengals, but
the fact that it's the Bengals, maybe.
I just think you'd get a ton of. And Boomer Esiason would be on the radio talking about how this guy hasn't done anything.
So, like, where would you think he'd get picked if he did do that? I'm going to sit out the year.
He's a year older, no production. I bet he's a second rounder. First rounder becomes a second rounder.
I mean, that's still not that bad. But for him, that would be. This is why it would never happen. Because if that happened to him, you're probably you lost money in the process.
You definitely lose money. Yeah,
you lost more money than the Bengals are probably unwilling to give you.
8030550. The chat has been wondering openly what tabs we have open in our computer.
Okay.
We should just do that
yesterday.
Randomly, like a tab report. Like what tabs do you have open? Like I'll tell you, I got Brad Marchand stats, advanced goalie stats, the NFL's top 10 offenses as predicted by some guy who wrote this. It was Gennaro Felice at NFL.com. I've got that tab open. I've got my email. I've got the YouTube open so I can see the chat. And NFL Next Gen Stats and Twitter. There's my tab report.
This is funny. Nothing super interesting on my. I have NBA scores, Twitter, Florida Panthers hockey reference, the Conn Smythe odds. I've got our YouTube up.
I also have a story about how a truck carrying porta potties on the 190 lost one. And they had to go clean up a porta potty that was turned over on the 190.
Oh, okay.
That was at 7 o'clock this morning.
Okay. The other, real quick on this.
Not a great job, the poll.
Yesterday, I sent a screenshot of something that was in my screen on when I was getting ready to do episode of Lockdown Sabres yesterday, and I sent a picture of my computer, and one of my buddies zoomed in on the tabs that I had open. Like, oh, here's just Joe getting ready to talk about the Buffalo Sabres, and I'll let you tell them what one of the tabs says.
Salem witch trial.
Salem witch trials. Sure. Let me read the Wikipedia page about the Salem witch trials. Something sparked it. I don't remember what.
Yeah, makes sense.
I did not relate that to the Sabres at all, just to confirm.
8030550. More updates from Oakmont. Roger Kalani of the Live Like Luca Foundation coming up in a moment. He was at Oakmont yesterday. We can get a feet on the ground report from Oakmont. How it looked, how it looks like he was playing. He followed Oberg for a while, and he'll help tell us about tonight's event at Wayland, why we're raising money, 100 holes 2 weeks from today. So we're going to talk to Bodge in a minute here on WGR.
Hey, everybody. Jeremy and Joe back here on WGR. Beautiful Thursday. The church pew bunkers.
They also you could see the highway very clearly driving through there from that shot they just showed from up above.
These guys are only playing 72 holes. Over 4 days. 2 weeks from today, we play 100 holes at Wanaka Country Club. Yours truly and a bunch of great guys. Nate Geary will be with us. Roger Kalani will be playing as well. He goes by Bodge. He's on the Western Hotline. Bodge, we're going to talk about the event tonight at Wayland, but you were also at Oakmont yesterday, so give us the boots-on-the-ground report from the site of the U.S. Open.
All I can say is that the person who hits the fairways the most has a really good chance of winning. I saw some of the best players in the world like short side themselves and hit the ball literally 40 yards and still keep it in the rough. It was pretty wild yesterday.
Picture opportunities, some courses have the iconic tree or the clubhouse or the hole. Was this one about like taking a picture of your foot in the grass to see how far up it would come?
No, I think that over the last couple of weeks, the whole rough thing was overdone on all the social media sites, so I was not going to partake in that.
Yeah.
But I can say one thing. I've been very fortunate to play it before, and I tell people it's like I liken it to getting a deep tissue massage for the first time. While it's happening, it's extremely painful, but after the fact, it's very satisfying.
All right. Had you been there when all the trees were there? Joe found the numbers on this, that they cut down 15,000 trees?
Yeah.
Yes, I've been there before and after, and they actually did it under the cover of night at first, so their membership didn't realize it, and by the time people caught on to it, it was too late.
Wow.
Wait, they tried to sneak it by the members that they were removing the trees?
Yeah, at first that's how they did it, and people were calling the police at night and the houses around there, and they're very nice houses. I liken it to like around the homes around Oak Hill East. They're very nice places, and people were like, "There's chainsaws in the middle of the night." So yeah, that was the original plan, and then the cat was out of the bag, and at that point in time, the master plan was already in effect, and the trees were coming down.
Jeez. Well, so far, J.J. Spawn looking good. Gary Woodland, Rory McIlroy, Wyndham Clark, Siwoo Kim. These are the players under par. Oberg, you said you were following Oberg around?
Yeah, we followed him for a few holes yesterday, and he seems like a pretty cool guy. I mean, and the people with him were really cool. They treated some kids really well, and I always love to see that stuff because obviously it's part of what comes with being that good is interacting with the fans. Yeah.
Well, tonight we'll be watching whatever is left on television. As the Open's a long event, big field, of course. So we'll be out at Wayland tonight for the 100 holes pre-party. 2 weeks from tonight, we'll be at Wanaka playing 100 holes to benefit the Kurja Carly Fund, Roswell Park, and also the Luca Kalani Foundation. Live like Luca. So, Bodge, tell everybody again. Like we've been through this before. Is this the 6th year we're doing this together?
Yes. Let's see. Our first year was 2020.
Yeah. Okay.
So that would be
So 6 years.
Yep. It's always a fun day.
Yeah. So for people that are coming tonight to Wayland, and if you've seen, I've tweeted out a bunch of links. You can donate $20 raffle ticket, get you a ticket in every drawing for a Josh Allen signed helmet the Bills donated. We've got a Tage jersey that's been donated. Every course in the area has donated foursomes, and we've got a driver fitting and putters and just tons of stuff that's been donated for this cause. So, Bodge, what we're raising money for? Tell everybody what the Luca Kalani Foundation does.
Sure. Live Like Luca, the foundation, Luca S. Kalani Foundation is my son's name. We started that shortly after his unexpected death in 2020. And it was his idea. I mean, he said, I'd love to win I wish we could win the lottery to start a foundation for kids who aren't as lucky as me and many of my friends. And that's what we did after he passed away. And what it does is it creates opportunities and experiences for financially disadvantaged youth in the Western New York community. Over the last 4 years, because the first year was very difficult to give away money, as we all know, in 2020, and 2020 was touch and go. And there weren't a lot of basketball camps or anything for that matter happening. And but in the last 4 years, we've given out roughly $300,000 and for lack of a better term, scholarship for different individuals, and we've probably been able to, I think the number's close to 500 kids.
Yeah. So scholarships, facilities, registration fees, uniforms, like these are all things where the foundation's able to kind of step in and fill gaps that any organization might have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's really around, like you mentioned, a lot of it's around registrations and such, and getting kids opportunities to do things that they normally would not be able to do, as well as really creating programs. We've worked with a lot of really great organizations around the Western New York community to literally create a program from scratch that will be able to benefit these kids throughout, not just in year one, but multiple years in many cases.
Well, tonight, 6 to 10 at Wayland will be there. $1 from every Especial draft that's sold tonight goes to the foundation. They spent the month of May donating $1 from every one of those drafts to the foundation as well. So they've been a part of the cause, and we'll be there tonight from 6 to 10. Stuff to give away, including one prize that's going to be just for Wayland. We're giving away there that's going to be very cool. So if you're there, ask me about that one. I'll be making announcements on the microphone for that one, too. You have to be there for that one. I can't even tell you what it is. That's how cool it is.
That's how it's a good one.
That's how cool
it is.
It's
a really good one.
All right, Bodge, thanks very much.
Thank you, guys. Really greatly appreciate the support that all of you have given. Not just for actually literally walking the 34-plus miles with us like you and Nate will do, but also all the time over the years on the air for us to promote the foundation and what we're doing. But it's been really fantastic, and thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thanks, Bodge. See you soon. We're tonight at Wayland, and the event is 2 weeks from today. You can go to my Twitter page. I've linked and also I've not just linked but pinned, or the website directly if you want to just like type it in right now. give.roswellpark.org/go-to/Jeremy. That's the easiest one. Like you can make your own URL, so I made mine, and it's just give.roswellpark.org/go-to/Jeremy. And the funds for the 100 holes get split, again, between the Luca S. Kalani Foundation, and the Courage of Carly Fund, and that goes to help children and families of kids that have cancer and blood disorders through Roswell Park, in association with Roswell Park as well. So two great causes that help kids and families in this community. Appreciate your donations. Hope to see people out there tonight. It's going to be a beautiful night on the patio.
Mm-hmm.
Bulldog has said he's going to go, so it's going to be
nice.
It's going to be a who's who. Watching hockey, all that good stuff.
I do think that prize that he can't talk about right now I think it's the number one prize.
All right.
I would rank it, if I were ranking them, I would go that would be my number one.
I mean, a Josh Allen signed helmet.
I know.
A Tage signed jersey.
It's tough to compete.
It's a little different one. You got to be at Wayland for that one, even to know what it is.
Yep.
803-0550 is our phone number to chime in. Extendo Sports is coming up, and then off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR. I mean, first, an injury scare for Max Hairston?
Yeah, and we don't know how much of a scare it is. It could be something. It could be nothing. He, at the end of practice, Max Harrison kind of took himself out of a team drill, just walked over to trainers and did not take a rep, and they were talking, and they were looking at what appeared to be maybe the left lower knee area, the lower legs in that area, the mid-range part. And head trainer Nate Bresky, head athletic trainer Nate Bresky, and him were talking, and Nate was kind of pointing to something down there and looking, and he was walking, and he never was being helped anywhere. He was walking on his own power, which is good news, but he was explaining something as they walked together. Right when that happened, the horn blew to end practice. It was a scheduled horn blow. It wasn't like, okay, Max Harrison's hurt, we're going to end practice, right?
Right.
It was the timing of it. It was literally right at 2:30, I would say, because that's when they ended. And he and they talked for a little while as everybody started coming in, and they came in a little bit after them, but together and walked in together. So what does that mean? We'll find out today as far as if he's out there or not. A lot of times now, I would say this. We could get out there today. They practice at 11. You might not have Max Harrison practicing today. That doesn't mean anything significantly wrong with him. Anybody who's having any issue at all, they're being super precautious with this week, as you guys know. I mean, there's a lot of guys out there. A lot of guys who aren't out there on the field practicing, who are dealing with something, but Sean McDermott said none of them have any concerns as far as he is concerned with missing any training camp time. That just tells you, hey, something's going on. We don't want to re-aggravate or injure anything. We want everybody ready for camp. So it's possible we don't see Max Harrison today. I think we're going to hear maybe from Brandon Beane after practice. So either way, that'd be a good chance to ask him a little bit about that. But we'll see where this goes, I guess. And, we're going to be waiting on that.
Adam Scott, watching him right now, a lighter tan for Adam Scott today. Usually looks kind of like
always wearing tan.
He always look like a UPS driver. Not that that's bad, but more khaki, sand-colored brown tan for Adam Scott today.
If there was a pro golf reference with all the nicknames, I think you would have Mr. Neutral.
I'd go with the Sandman.
The Sandman?
Sandman.
No, Sandman's too cool, though.
But this guy puts you to sleep with his fashion choices.
Yeah.
What if he's also good out of the sand?
He probably has to be good out of the sand.
Yeah. What else do we got today?
Atlanta, the county where Atlanta is, approved final documentation that allows the Krause group, or I guess is the group trying to get the NHL back, to formally present its proposal to the NHL in the coming weeks.
Okay. Atlanta.
Alan Walsh, the one NHL agent who's very active on social media, he tweeted, the NHL will be in Atlanta in the next few seasons.
So 33 teams?
Well, they'll probably do
34 teams?
2 teams, right? They'll go Atlanta.
34 is an odd split. Are we going to do some divisions are bigger than others? It's not divisible by 4 or 6.
33 is not.
No, I'm saying, but 32 is you divide it by 4.
Yeah.
34, you can't do 4s, but you can't do 6s.
They were at 30 before with...
That's right.
They've had odd splits before.
Right. They've had it where the West had fewer teams than the East.
Right, which is why they would want 2 more teams. Is it evenly split East and West right now?
Yes.
Okay, so one with Atlanta.
Right, Detroit came East. Detroit used to be in the West.
And then the other one they're going to do is probably out West somewhere.
Arizona.
Ugh.
Houston.
No, I mean, Bettman definitely wants to try again in Arizona, but Houston, there's been talk about too.
What else? Father's Day weekend. We're back tomorrow, so it's not. I feel like
we're not at the weekend yet.
I'm talking like it's
You're
the weekend.
rushing it to the weekend.
I got a big event tonight. We're watching golf. It feels, it feels like the weekend.
But we will be here tomorrow.
Speak for yourself.
Did you guys see this LA Chargers practice jersey thing?
No, but I want to.
The LA Chargers are putting patches on their practice jerseys. An idea came up from Jim Harbaugh, who's kind of pulling the sticker thing from college where they put stickers on the helmets for different achievements.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, I bet I know the other part of this story. Is this about the guys that are elite workers?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, what is it?
So the patches can be either the team captain, obviously, the Ed Block Courage Award winner, Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee or winner, Chargers playoff participant, NFL playoff participant, holds a Chargers record, holds an NFL record, has earned an All-Pro honor, or is a Chargers Block of Granite Award winner, which is a weight room accomplishment.
These are badges on a sash.
Yeah,
these are merit badges.
If you should look at some of these jerseys.
We're going to need a color.
It looks ridiculous.
Please open up your programs to determine which badge each player has. Like, okay, this one. What is this? Call of Duty?
Well, some of them are pretty self-explanatory. The All-Pro one just says All-Pro.
Everybody wants badges. I got a Peloton. I've got 1,000 badges from the Peloton. It's like, oh, you took a class where there was here's your Blink 182 badge. All right, cool.
I really wish that they weren't in the Chiefs division because I would have such an easy time rooting for Jim Harbaugh to fail. Fall on his face.
Yeah.
But I will not root for that because we need them to compete with the Chiefs for once and have them not win a division finally.
Bryson's got like a million.
How far away is Bryson with his putter?
Foot putt right now. He's really far away. Come on now.
It's going to go in.
That's a great putt. You got it to 2 feet.
Short. That's a clap.
That's a great lag putt.
Yeah.
You got it to 2 feet. He's 1 under. I am Team Bryson.
There's too many guys under par right now.
I'm just Team Bryson all the way. I think every player under par is on the screen. That's like 9 players.
That's 10 of them.
Yeah.
Too many.
It won't last.
10. That is more than 30% of the all-time under par scores at Oakmont.
11 players have finished.
28.
28
in the history
of the Open at Oakmont. 28 have finished under par.
10 right now.
Well, they haven't finished. You got to finish under par.
How many of these guys are going to finish under par? Like 3 of them.
I did pick Bryson.
Look at this rough.
My pick is Bryson to win with a score of +1. After the first hole, he was +1. Stop the count. I got it. Bryson +1.
Like Rory is 20 yards off the green. Rory's 20 yards off the green. He's in the rough. The rough's above his shoes. He takes a full swing and he didn't even make it to the green.
He did not get it to the green.
And now he's in the bunker.
I think so.
He
might. This is one of those courses where if you hit it short, it's not going to roll back into the bunker because it's going to get stuck in the rough on top of the bunker.
And he's under the lip. Oh, that's death. He's going to triple this hole at least.
Unplayable. And now you see why only 28 guys have ever finished under par.
Is it unplayable, or is he going to bank it off the thing?
He might take an unplayable. All right, we're back tomorrow.
I don't know. Did Jeremy said maybe not. Game time decision.
Feels like a weekend. All right, come out to Wayland tonight. Hope to see everybody there. Then we'll watch some hockey and some golf, and we'll hang out.